Oh, they do? Yes. They did. Great.
Did he say Borat?
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
She was over there once. We gotta give her credit for all this tax.
Is that it? Yeah, go. Yeah, I appreciate it. Good luck. Meet this guy.
Big ol'. But it's not your normal ticket. I would expect nothing less. Say that again, yeah.
You're going to get that. Blend it up.
Yes.
You're under enough.
You're going to fail. Why pull it into the Who do you think you are? This is the White House. You have to speak relax. Close the door.
Yeah, it's been a solid use case.
The press briefing was really great.
It's going to feel like Greenland.
I'm here all day.
Try to be.
Try the deal.
No, go ahead. I got you.
You know what? It's like this, they say, oh, yeah, I know.
Somebody who looks like me,
Yeah, that's my phone, it's not that intrusive. See, the European people like the top of their head. There's a, I know, I don't understand.
Subscribe.
Saturday night.
The European models.
Sweet.
I don't know how.
Yeah, I think the last one was January.
Yeah, South of those four.
It's like that was the last one. We didn't have any luck. Like, unless it was like flurry. I know we didn't have like real snow. Maybe it was like, so I'm like,
I mean, yeah.
well, I guess there was also one day, so there.
Yeah, that's a good one. Sorry. Never had that. I didn't
Oh yeah, number 4 in our
It really is coming up.
You know, like up here, look at me, I got
Yeah, well, so I was thinking the same thing, because mine's back on the back rack there. I had mine on it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I took my fur off. But yeah, mine's got big giant ribbons down the chest. haven't really got it. Right. I mean, it's in my trunk. It's just Velcro's on it. So I can't. But I haven't worn it with the tour. I just took my lessons, but it's just personal preference more than anything. No.
I thought they said per kilo.
I'm sure it's not.
I'm sure.
I'm sure, yes. 100% polyester fur. 100% natural polyester.
That was good, yeah.
I know.
All down.
Basically, these are just as
Hey, how are you?
They took the plane crash.
And then there was another one. Yeah, DC.
National Guard.
Yeah, DC.
Yeah.
Here.
Is that what you're saying? 5 years ago.
Possible, maybe.
You say?
Off the record.
Off the record. We'll keep you careful.
Oh, don't worry. Trusty pool cameras up there.
I have 30 questions on that. How will the tree pursue that act
Yes, sir, I'm here.
An electric one.
Elevation. Yeah.
We're trying. We're doing everything.
Take them over the team.
Doing everything we can.
Okay, yeah, time to go.
This is the perfect time to go.
Party foul.
One, two, three, four, five.
That's 30 minutes. Just go that way. Go that way.
So don't do that on the
2-minute warning. Yep.
2 minutes. The official 2 minutes?
Yeah, they just sent it to the full team. That too.
You're supposed to.
Wow, that's a big crowd. It's a lot of people. I think it's like a record. So these are accomplishments. We have a lot of accomplishments. And as you know, this is the anniversary, first anniversary, January 20th. And it's been an amazing period of time. We have a book that I'm not going to read to you, but these are the accomplishments of what we've produced. All page after page after page, individual things. I could stand here and read it for a week and we wouldn't be finished. But we've done more than any other administration has done by far in terms of military, in terms of ending wars, in terms of completing wars. Nobody's really seen very much like it. I think it's appropriate that because Minnesota is so much in the fray, and I say to my people all the time, and they're so busy doing other things, they don't say it like they should. They're apprehending murderers and drug dealers and a lot of bad people, and these are just some of the more recent ones that we have, and I can show you some of the people. Vicious, many of them murderers. These are all out of Minnesota, just Minnesota. I say, why don't you talk about that more? Because people don't know. Do you want to live with these people? International murder. These are people that are living, if they're apprehended, and either put in jails in their country from where they came, and the countries respect us, and so they actually put them there. In the old days, they didn't respect our country. Biden wouldn't do this because he let them all in. You know, if you didn't have open border policies of Biden, none of this, all of the things that all of the time that we spend talking about Minnesota and everything else from out of the country. And it's been caused by a previous administration. Look at this, one after one. Boy, these are rough characters. These are all criminal, illegal aliens that, in many cases, they're murderers, they're drug lords, drug dealers, they're the mentally insane. There's some of them who are brutal killers, they're mentally insane. They're killers, but they're insane. These are just in Minnesota. California, it's worse. In other states, it's worse. No, Minnesota, the crime is incredible. The financial crimes are incredible. And the problem is because of the agitators and insurrectionists, whatever you want, troublemakers, but they're paid agitators and insurrectionists. Nobody talks about the fact that $19 billion at a minimum is missing in Minnesota, given to a large degree by Somalians. They've taken it. Somalians, can you imagine? And they don't do it. A lot of very low IQ people, they don't do it. Other people work it out, and they get them money, and they go out and buy Mercedes-Benzes, and they come from here, they have no money. They never had money. They never had a life. They never had a government. They never had a country, because there's basically no country. Somalia is not even a country. They don't have anything that resembles a country. And if it is a country, it's considered just about the worst in the world. They come here and they become rich and they don't have a job. I was told that Ilhan Omar is worth $30 million. She never had a job. She's a crooked congressman. So here is another one. And I have, oh, by the way, we just took out, these are all what ICE is doing. And it's a dangerous job. These are rough people. Weapons. This one here is very bad. I'm going through this because I think we have plenty of time. I'm going to beautiful place in Switzerland where we'll be, I'm sure I'm very happily awaited for. In Switzerland, they don't know about this. They don't have this problem. They have other problems, but they don't have this problem. Look, killed somebody. Look, and these are rough people. These are not, this was all allowed into our country through open borders. These dumbest policies, you know, men and women's sports is dumb. But to me, having an open border for the world to come in, drug dealers and prisoners. Venezuela, as an example, opened their prisons into the United States. That's why one of the reasons I felt so strongly against Venezuela. Now I'm loving Venezuela. They've been working with us so well. It's been so nice. And an unbelievably nice woman also did a very incredible thing, as you know, a few days ago. We're talking to her, and maybe we can get her involved in some way. I'd love to be able to do that. Maria, maybe we can do that. But we're dealing with the people, invented the president, and all of the people in Venezuela, and we've been doing great. The oil companies are getting ready to make massive investments there. They have more oil than even Saudi Arabia. There you go. These are real. These are rough ones. This is all Minnesota, every one of them. This is one state out of many. And these people are, let's see, yeah, these are all, so far, people that came from outside of the country. They were allowed in by Sleepy Joe Biden, Crooked Joe Biden, whichever you like. You can call him whatever you like. They're both right. He's sleepy and he's crooked. He was the worst president we've ever had. And we've had some bad ones, too. I can tell you, all you have to do is look at trade. You're not getting bored with this, right? I hope you don't. But these are people that you have to see. Strong-arm rape, aggravated assault with a weapon, and many other crimes. Gang member, known as one of the toughest people around. These are tough people. So this is what the people are trying to protect, because all ICE wants to do is get them out of our country, bring them to prisons and jails and mental institutions from where they came. That's all they want to do. They're patriots, and they have to be abused by guys like Don Lemon, who's a loser, lightweight. I saw him the way he walked in that church. It was terrible. I have such respect for that pastor. He was so calm. He was so nice. He was just accosted. What they did in that church was horrible yesterday. Look at this. 24 convictions. 24 times convicted. They're not charges. These are convictions. So he comes from outside the country. Do you think he's going to be good here? He's convicted 24 times. He's going to be good here, right? It doesn't work that way. It's a man murder. It's one of many. One of many. All they want to do is get him out. They want to take him out of our country. And we're met with paid agitators and insurrectionists, troublemakers. They're paid. You know, when the woman was shot, and I felt terribly about that. And I understand both sides of it. But when she was shot, there was another woman that was screaming shame, 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 right? You saw it. So loud. Like a professional opera singer. She was so loud and so professional. She wasn't a woman that was hurt, like, oh, my heart's injured. She was a professional. She's shame, shame. She's screaming, shame, shame. I said, that's not a normal person. That's a professional. These are professional agitators and professional people that want to see our country do badly. But that's not happening because we have the hottest country anywhere in the world, despite this stuff. Look at this. All top of the line criminals. They're not going to be good. They're not going to be well behaved here. I could do thousands. We had over 3,000 in the last fairly short while. Just in Minnesota. What's the number, Carol? 10,000.
10,000 criminals arrested in Minnesota alone.
10,000 criminals. And these are serious criminals. Now, how can a place with 10,000 criminals, how can you have a state? And yet they're fighting us. Yeah, I like that guy. He keeps nodding to me. You agree with me, I guess. I like him. I don't know who he is, but I like him. He keeps nodding. He says, you're right. He's obviously a little on the right side, maybe. Look. These are rough ones. So we just took this off a stack. We have many stacks like this. Like, I could go 30 times what I'm showing you now. Relations with Hezbollah, that's nice. Why do we allow them in our country? I'm just looking at these charges. It's just pretty incredible. Many murderers, many murderers. People that murdered. So what ICE does, and Border Patrol is incredible, too. I mean, Paul Perez and that group is incredible. Mostly Hispanic, by the way. They're like 60% Hispanic. You know, they talk about Hispanic. They're mostly Hispanic, right? And they're unbelievable people. And then they say, oh, we discriminate against. I love Hispanic. They are unbelievable. Entrepreneurial. They have everything. I did great. I did the highest. Nobody ever got numbers like I got from the standpoint of being a Republican. But even if you look at Texas, I won the entire border along Texas, between Texas and Mexico. It never happened before. Nobody's ever done that before. I did it. As a Republican, I did it. I love the Hispanic. And they accuse us of all sorts of things. 60% of the people we're talking about, they're the best people we have, and they're Hispanic. The Border Patrol is largely Hispanic. ICE is largely Hispanic. They're unbelievable people. I don't know how they can take the abuse. They're taking rough people like this, like all of them. We have 10,000 at least. I could have done 10,000 of them. You're lucky I only did like 100. And this isn't even the worst of the group. They have murderers. They have some people we can't use their picture for legal reasons, but they're up for murder in their own country. And we jeopardize their case. When we send them back and we coordinate with other countries. A tremendous amount of work. All allowed in here by an open border policy of the worst president in the history of our country. A man that didn't win the election, by the way. It was a rigged election. Everybody knows that now. And by the way, numbers are coming out that show it even more plainly. We caught him. So I just want you to know that it's a terrible thing. Here's the book on accomplishments. And this is something, ooh, I'm glad my finger wasn't in that sucker. That could have done some damage, but you know what? I wouldn't have shown the pain. I would have gone back. Boy, did you hear that? That was nasty. But I would not have shown the pain. I would have acted like nothing happened as my finger fell off. That was a nasty. I think somebody did that. It was him. It was my man. How were you? You didn't do it. I know you did. I know you didn't. So, but here's the book. These are all things we have. I'm going to read a few of the samples, but look at this. These are all, each line is something that we did. Nobody did that before. And it's big stuff, too. Look, we have the hottest country in the world. So, I will read you a few. We ended Biden's stagflation. We were in stagflation. That's a disaster. That's far worse than inflation. As you know, he had the biggest inflation in the history of our country. They say 48 years. Pick your choice. But they had the biggest inflation in the history of our country. We have it right down to a normal number now. We're going to get it even a little bit lower. Created super high. What we've done with growth is incredible. We created super high economic growth, and America is booming. It's booming. There are thousands of businesses right now that are being built. Many of the biggest factories in the world are being built right in our country. They're not going to other countries. They're leaving other countries. Fourth quarter GDP is on track to pass perhaps much more than 5% growth, and that's despite the fact that we had a Democrat shutdown. They shut down our country, and we had 5%. Nobody in this room has ever heard about 5%. I think it could be 20% if we do it right. If we don't, every time we have good numbers, they raise interest rates. You shouldn't do it. In the old days, if you had good numbers, they'd lower interest rates, or they wouldn't do anything. Here they try and kill it. They always try and kill success. Over the last 20, 25 years, that's the way. In the old days, if you had good numbers, the market would go through the roof. Today, if you have good numbers, the market goes down. But by the way, we've had the best stock market in history, the best 401ks in history, and we inherited a mess the numbers that we inherited were way up, and now we brought them, almost all of them, way down. We brought them way down. I mean, I'm not getting, maybe I have the bad public relations people, but we're not getting it across. We inherited high numbers, and we brought them way down. And look at gasoline. They have places in the country now, $1.99 a gallon. $1.99, $2.30, $2.50. I guess the average now they're saying is $2.31. I mean, he was at $4.50 and $5 for periods of time. And he went back to the Trump formula, but he didn't do it properly, and he really went back to parts of it because you would have had $8 gasoline if they didn't. But he didn't do it properly. He had people that didn't know what they were doing. Core inflation for the last 3 months is 1.6%. 1.6. Their core inflation was so high that nobody could even calculate it. Under Biden, real incomes declined $3,000. Think of that, $3,000. That's a year. In 12 months, Trump real incomes went up by $2,000 and $3,000 and even in some cases $5,000. It's a tremendous difference. Stock market has set 52 all-time record highs during the course of the 11 months, because this was done on 11 months. Now we are actually officially 12 months as of today. 52 all-time record highs. That means 401ks did great. I have people see me all the time, policemen that guard us really well, and got to know them a little bit. And they said, "Sir, you're making me look so good. My 401k is through the roof. My wife thinks I'm the greatest genius, that I'm a financial genius, like Warren Buffett." He told me that. He said, I think they have better returns than Warren Buffett right now. But he said, all my life my wife has been criticizing me for not being smart financially. Now all of a sudden she loves me more. But we added $9 trillion in value to retirement accounts, saving many people. I mean, they were going out of business. Think of it. We added $9 trillion of value to retirement accounts, savings accounts, and 401ks. That's during the course of 12 months. And I think it's probably 11 months because I don't think they have it for the 12. They have it for the 11. Added $9 trillion of value. Lifted more than 1.2 million Americans off food stamps in 1 year. They would have had another 1.2 million. We would have had, welfare would have gone up. And instead of investing $18 trillion in our country, now it's probably more than that, but $18 trillion and having thousands of plants being built all over the country, you would have had thousands of plants closing all over the country, and you would have had disinvestment, and you would have had welfare going way up. You know, if you look at SNAP, take a look at SNAP, what happened with that? It was at $7 billion, and it came out to over $51 billion. Nobody has ever seen anything like it. The past administration, they had no clue. Or they were really bad, but they basically had no clue. But they did have a concept. I mean, they're still trying to sell the idea of men playing in women's sports. You saw that in the Supreme Court. I mean, some of those justices were fighting for them, too. They were fighting for them. But you saw that just the other day in the Supreme Court. Men playing in women's sports doesn't work. Secured a record-breaking $18 trillion in commitments for new investments. Apple, NVIDIA, SoftBank, Oracle, TSMC, Johnson & Johnson, Eli Lilly and Company, Micron, AstraZeneca, General Motors, Hyundai, Ford, Honda, GE Aerospace, many, many others. I left a Ford plant a week ago in Michigan that they were going to close 2 years ago, and now they just announced that they're going 24 hours around the clock making cars. Tariffs did it. I don't know what the Supreme Court's going to do. I think to me it reads so plainly. Couldn't be plainer. You're allowed to do a license. Tariff is probably less severe than what a license could be. But think of it. You're allowed to do a license, and then they have a clause at the end, something to the effect, or what is necessary, something to that effect. And what is necessary with tariffs. I don't know where there's a case even there, but we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, and if we lose that case, it's possible we're going to have to do the best we can in paying it back. I don't know how that's going to be done very easily without hurting a lot of people. But we're waiting for that case anxiously, and we have tremendous national security because of tariffs and tremendous income. You know, we have, and by the way, no inflation. So everyone said, oh, tariffs will cause inflation. We have no inflation. We have very little inflation. Biden had inflation, and he didn't do tariffs. We had a huge problem. We have a 62% reduction in our trade deficit. So if you had a 1% reduction, a normal president would have a 1%, 2% reduction. Everybody would be high-fiving. At a 62% reduction, next year we won't have a trade deficit. We secured most favored nations agreements to slash drug prices by as much. And to me, I think this might be the biggest thing of all. We get zero talk about it. The New York Times had a story way in the back of the paper, a little story about it. I think it's the biggest thing there is. When you talk about health care, drug prices will go down more than ever before for any country, because we were priced at such a level that we were subsidizing the entire world, big place in the world. We were paying 10, 12, 13 times more than other countries. 13 times more, not 13%, 13 times more. A pill that was selling in London for $10 would sell in New York for $130. It's 13 times. More than that even. But we secured most favored nations agreements to slash drug prices by as much as 300, 400, 500, and even 600%, including with Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Eli Lilly, Nova, and many others. If you look at some of the prices that are coming down, where a price would come down $1,300 coming down to $87. Think of it. So something that was costing $1,300 is now costing $87. And the fake news doesn't want to write about it. That's why I do this. I don't like to do this, to be honest with you. But I do it because got to get the word out. We signed one big, beautiful bill. I call it the Great Big Beautiful Bill, delivering the largest tax cuts in history. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. We made interest on car loans tax deductible for U.S.-built automobiles only. So if you buy an automobile built in the United States, we're not doing it for Germany and Canada and different places. We're doing it only if it's built here. We want them to be built here. A lot of the Canadian auto plants are closing and they're moving into the United States. Same thing with Mexico, same thing with Germany, and same thing with Japan and other countries. They're moving into the United States because of tariffs. Because they don't want to pay the tariffs. It's too much. They can't pay the tariffs. So they're coming here. Nothing different than what other smart countries did. But it works better for us. Under my leadership, it's not done properly, but it's done properly. We have, again, more plants being built than at any time in the history of our country. Passed the largest spending cuts in American history, and that was true in my first. We had a tremendous first term also. We rebuilt our military. We had one of the best. We had the best economy in the history of our country, but we're blowing it away now. When this stuff starts opening up, you're not going to see anything like it probably ever again. We slashed the federal budget deficit by 27% in a single year. Think of that, 27. You could do it 2%, 1%, 0.5%, 27%. And that's with all of the things we have to do, all of the people we have to put on the payroll to get rid of people that are murderers. Again, when you see people in Minnesota that are murderers, these people are fighting to keep them there. And I say to Christie and to Tom Homan, the great people, they're working so hard. Look at the border. The border is now secure. First time, Biden said you couldn't do it. You need legislation. I had no legislation. I said close the border. Within 1 month, we had almost nobody coming in. Now for the last 8 months, nobody came into our country illegally. And I find that hard to believe because you'd think somebody, because it used to be millions of people just poured into our country. And the people that do that are Democrat, sort of aligned. So, I mean, they're not doing me any favors. We had nobody come in. We have a very strong border. We have very few people coming up. They're not going to make the trek because they know they probably won't be coming in. So it's not as hard as you think. But I didn't have to go back. Remember, they said, we need legislation to close the border. They had millions of people coming in a month. We have nobody coming in, and we're getting the murderers out. Murderers, people from prisons and jails. Many countries opened up their prisons and dropped them into the United States. Those are the people we're getting out. And we have a lot of heart. And I said, you got to lighten up on this. We have a lot of heart for people. They came in illegally, but they're good people, and they're working now on farms, and they're working in luncheonettes and hotels and all. And we're looking to get the criminals out right now, the criminals. And I think it's very important. I mean, every once in a while you see a story, we take somebody. He should be out because they came in illegally. So in theory, they should be. But we're focused on the murderers, the drug dealers, the mentally insane. We have a lot of mentally insane killers. I mean, you can't even talk to them. It'd be nice if you could have a little reason, but you can't even reason. These are seriously ill people. You have a couple of countries where they were loaded up. Their mental institutions and insane asylums were loaded to the gills. They couldn't get. They're empty now. But they're filling up because we're bringing them all back. We know where they came from. And every country accepts them. You know, under Biden, they wouldn't take. They had so little respect that they'd bring them there, and they wouldn't take them. They said, get the hell out of here. They would be bringing a plane in to land in a country, and they'd put 5 planes on the runway so you couldn't land the plane. So they'd come back with the people that they were bringing back. They don't do that with me. They do that with me, they have problems. They don't do it. They accept them back. They're not happy about it, but they accept them back. Cut a record number of regulations. I promised to eliminate 10 old regulations for every one new regulation. Instead, we cut 129 old regulations for each one added. Think of that. I want to do 10. In my first 4 years, I did. When we put on a new regulation, you had to cut 8. This year, I said you have to cut 10. Instead, we cut 129. So every time, so far, can't remain like that, I don't imagine. I hope I can, because we have so much wasted regulation, stupid regulations. Regulations where they go by California, which is a disaster state, with a governor that truly is doing a bad job. He's killing that state. If he ever ran the country, this country would be Venezuela very quickly. Using tariffs slash the U.S. trade deficit by an incredible 77%. The trade deficit is down, and that doesn't include the last month where we had our best month. We slashed the trade deficit by an incredible 77% in 1 year with no inflation, something that everyone said could not be done. So we had essentially no inflation. In fact, the last month we had almost no inflation. But we slashed the trade deficit by 77%. If you slashed it by 1%, that was good. Again, we did that with tariffs and intelligence. We did that with November 5th, great election. We secured historic trade deals to reduce barriers on U.S. exports with countries covering 40% of all U.S. trade. Think of that. American exports are up by more than $150 billion this year. People said, oh, we're not exporting. All we do is buy. If you keep buying, you're not going to have a country for very long. So we increased exports by more than $150 billion. Investment in American factories is up 41%. That's a record. Nobody goes 41% up. You go 2% up, 1% up. You go down by 3%. If Kamala got elected, the 41% up would be 41% down. We removed over 270,000 bureaucrats from the federal payroll. That's another thing. So we have, we announce our unemployment numbers, call it unemployment or employment. And they were very good, but we could make them great. But we've slashed tremendous numbers of people off the federal payroll. Because ultimately, if you're on the federal payroll, I mean, we have jobs where they had 10 people for every job. So we cut. Now, if you want to see some good numbers, I'll hire 1 million people. We cut millions of people off the federal payroll. I don't like doing that, but the good news, I don't feel badly because they're getting private sector jobs and they're getting sometimes twice as much money, 3 times as much money. They're getting factory jobs. They're getting much better jobs and much higher pay. But all I have to do is say, like, what the Democrats do all the time. They hire 1 million people, and then they hire another million. They load it up, and it says, oh, they only have a 3% unemployment rate. It's a fake rate. So with us, we're proud of the fact that we cut so many because, again, I don't want to cut people. But when you cut them and they go out and get a better job, I like to cut them. And sometimes they have to be forced to do that because, it's like they want to stay where they are. They don't know. And then all of a sudden they end up, we have many cases, Caroline, where people were devastated. They hated Trump. I got caught from my very boring federal job where they had, again, sometimes 10 people to do one job. And they were very upset. And now they ended up with a job where they get paid 3 times more money. They're ending up buying houses. It's like crazy. So they went from not liking me to liking me a lot because it's hard to get. We need people. We need people. It's one of the reasons. I mean, when you have good people on the farm or good people in hotels and everything else, we want to work with them as much as we can. Under Biden, 1 out of 4 jobs added was a government job. Think of that. So 25% of the jobs added. That's when you know that, that's 25% of the jobs aren't real jobs. But again, I could do that. I could add 2 million jobs right now, would have an unemployed. I could say just hire some more people. I do the opposite. I say get rid of everybody that's unnecessary because that's the way you make America great again. When you have, all these jobs where people are sitting around doing nothing and they get a lot of money by the government, it's no good. But that's what the Democrats do. They show, we were at 4% unemployment. That's a good number. But they just add jobs, or they wouldn't cut. They would never cut jobs. Under Trump, 100% of all new jobs created have been in the private sector. Think of that. Not 1% has gone to federal. So under Biden, 1 out of 4 was a government job. Under Trump, 100% of the new jobs created, 100% came from the private sector. That's how you make your country wealthy and strong and good. We inherited the worst border in history and turned it into the strongest border in history. Illegal crossings have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded, down 99.999%. That means down 100%. 99.99. Now, I want to find out who that one person is. For 8 months in a row, 0, and these are government numbers, these are not my numbers. For 8 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens were admitted to our country. 0. Nobody came in, unless they came in legally. We have a big process for having people come in legally, by the way. A lot of people are coming in legally. They have to prove they love our country. They have to prove that they're not going to need welfare. A lot of things they have to prove. For the first time in 50 years, we are now seeing reverse migration, where because we're getting all of these illegal people out. People that came in illegally, in many cases they're criminals, in many, many cases. You remember when they used to say that the people that come into our country as immigrants are very nice people, they're wonderful people, they don't commit crime. No, they make our criminals look like babies. They make our Hell's Angels look like the sweetest people on earth. The Hell's Angels are now considered a nice, high-quality person. I like the Hell's Angels. They voted for me. They protected me, actually, believe it or not. But they make our criminals look like babies. These are some of the most vicious people anywhere in the world. They came from the Congo. The prisons, I know the Congo because I ended the war with the Congo and Rwanda. Tough group, very tough group. They came from prisons in the Congo. Some of the toughest, meanest people you'll ever meet. Thank you very much. They allowed them to come into America. These are tough people. Before my election, 100% of net job creation was going to foreign migrants. Since my inauguration, 100% of the net jobs created have gone to American-born citizens. That's a big thing. In other words, we're now taking care of our people. 100% of net jobs created have gone to the American-born people. Before that, we didn't care. Designated Tren de Aragua, MS-13, and the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and we've hit them hard. You've seen what we've done on the water. We're starting to do that on land. The land is much easier, actually. Water is incredible. We did that on the water so that when you do it on the land, they don't go to the water. Nobody's going into the boat business right now, I can tell you. 97% down drugs coming in by water. Think of it, 97%. Nobody ever heard of that before. They heard 2%, 1%. It went up 2%. 97, and we're looking for the 3%. Who the hell are the 3%? They're crazy. But we've taken out almost 100% of the drugs coming in by water. Now we're going to be very shortly starting drugs coming in by land. We know exactly where they're coming from. Removed tens of thousands of illegal alien gang members, drug dealers, murderers, child predators, human traffickers, fraudsters, savage criminals, and others. We removed them from our country. They're out. They're gone. In some cases, they're so dangerous that we put them in jail because we don't want to give them to their country. Their country doesn't do anything, and they end up coming back. We have some that they're so bad that we don't want to really release them. We want to put them in a jail where we know they're properly ensconced. Think of that. Remove tens of thousands of illegal alien gang members, drug dealers, murderers, child predators, human traffickers, fraudsters, and savage criminals. Why wouldn't you want them removed? The reason is because these are insurrectionists that are doing this work. And, you know, they're going to make mistakes sometimes. ICE is going to be too rough with somebody, or, you know, they're dealing with rough people. They're going to make a mistake sometimes. It can happen. We feel terribly. I felt horribly when I was told that the young woman who was had the tragedy. It's a tragedy. It's a horrible thing. Everybody would say, ICE would say the same thing. But when I learned her parents and her father in particular I hope he still is, but I don't know, was a tremendous Trump fan. He was all for Trump, loved Trump. And, you know, it's terrible. I was told that by a lot of people. They said, oh, he loves you. He was I hope he still feels that way. I don't know. It's a hard situation. But her father was a tremendous, and parents were tremendous Trump fans. It's so sad. It just happens. It's terrible. Halted all refugee admissions to the United States, including from Somalia, which is a terrible, terrible place, and other dangerous places. And we also stopped the pirates because they get the same treatment as the drug boats. So in Somalia, the Somalians, you know what they're good at? That's about the only thing they're good at is they're good at pirating ships at sea, big ships. So you have a huge oil tanker with millions of gallons, millions of barrels of oil. And if it gets hit by a big weapon, the whole thing blows up. And they don't want to fight, because if they do, they're told by their insurance companies, do not hand over the ship. And they're not allowed to have any guns on the ship. They're literally, you have these massive ships being taken over by a Somalian small boat with a big weapon. Because if they hit the side of the ship can blow up to, I mean, you talk about a blow up. Bad, we've seen some bad things happen. And the insurance companies, some of these ships cost more than $1 billion to build. And the insurance companies say, look, we'd rather give them money than take a chance on $1 billion insurance policy. But they don't have to worry about it, because we hit them the same way we hit the people with the drugs in their boat. They don't know what the hell happened. But all of a sudden, there are no pirates at sea. Do you notice? We haven't had a boat taken in a little while. Came out of Somalia, really corrupt place. It's not a country. They don't have government. They don't have anything. I always hate to see this. Elon Omar. She comes from Somalia, a backward country, probably the worst country. They say it's the worst country in the world, if it's a country. I don't even think it's a country. There's no organization, no anything. They don't have police. They don't have military. They don't have anything. They just have people running around killing each other and trying to pirate ships. But she'll come here, comes, and then she wants to tell us how to run our country. The Constitution says that I am entitled to this. I can't stand her. Terminated all taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens and kicked 275,000 illegals off of Social Security. They were illegally getting Social Security. 275,000 people. I'm telling you, it's not that this is pleasurable, but if I weren't elected president, this country was going to be destroyed quickly, very quickly. I think within a year, if you had Kamala or a Joe type. I mean, Joe was a disaster, but if you had Kamala, he was the replacement. I was up by like 25 points on Joe, and they said, hey, let's get somebody else. This never happened. Well, I had so many firsts. You're leading somebody by a lot, and they say, oh, let's take him out, let's put somebody. That's like I said to Dana White the other night. I said, you know, Dana, it's like you have a fighter, two fighters. One guy is winning by a lot, and they say, oh, let's take this guy out, let's put a new fighter in the ring with him. That's what happened to me. I was doing great with Biden. The whole campaign was against Biden. All the money was spent against Biden, and all of a sudden I got Kamala. Everyone said, who the hell is she? But that didn't work out too well for them, but never happened before. We are about lots of firsts. Designated English as the official language of the United States of America. We did that very powerfully. And while we're at it, we also took the Gulf of Mexico, and now it's the Gulf of America. Because we have 92% of the shoreline. It always bothered me. I'd say, you know, we have most of the shoreline. Mexico has a small percentage, talks about 8%. We have 92%. And I said, why is it the Gulf of Mexico? It should be the Gulf of America. I was going to call it the Gulf of Trump, but I thought that I would be killed if I did that. I wanted to do it. I wanted to. My people worked so hard. Sir, I don't think it'll look too good. I'm telling you, it's a good thing. And it'll be hotter than ever, I said. No, but I decided not to do that. I'm joking, you know, when I say that. I was not going to call it the Gulf of Trump. Because tomorrow it'll be, Trump wanted to call it the Gulf of Trump, but he was rebuffed by his people. My people don't rebuff me too much. Right? The Gulf of Trump, that does have a good ring, though. Maybe we could do that. It's not too late. No, we have the Gulf of America now. It's great. Our country is proud for the attack on Venezuela, the attack on the Iran nuclear capability, wiped it out. I mean, first administration, Soleimani, the father of the roadside bomb, al-Baghdadi, the father of ISIS, who was rebuilding ISIS. We wiped them out. Done a great job. Signed an order that will end birthright citizenship for children of illegal migrants. You know, that case is in court right now. That case was meant for the children of slaves. All you have to do is look at the years. Look at the years where the cases were filed and where the decisions were made. They were right at the end of the Civil War. They're trying to say that, you know, in China's making a big business out of that. They come to the country, they have a child, the American citizen, they get all the benefits. It had nothing to do with that. That was for the children of slaves. And I hope the Supreme Court so rules. Designated fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. It is. We lost, I believe, 300,000 people this year. 300,000 people. That's like filling up one of those big football stadiums 5 times. It's not even believable. I mean, you could be in a war and you wouldn't lose that many people. So we designated fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction. Conducted numerous successful military strikes against narco-terrorists operating in our hemisphere, including the water strikes. Drugs brought in by ocean. So I told you that we're down by, I mean, close to 100%. It's hard to get somebody to pilot those boats. Very hard. They have to be people that don't watch television, don't read the news. and we just blew up their facility. They had a docking facility where the drugs were stored. And now we have a great relationship with Venezuela. We're getting along fantastically with the leadership in Venezuela, so we wouldn't have to do that. This was done before the attack. But we captured and brought to justice the outlaw dictator of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, who, through drugs, killed millions of people in our country. Tremendous drug dealer. Also sent millions of people into our country, including Tren de Aragua, the worst gang. They say it's the worst gang in the world. They took over parts of Colorado. They just take the apartment building. They just took it away. Just took it away like we're here. They cut the hand off one man because he called the police. Who called the police? I did. You took my apartment from me. Boom. No hand. This is what they sent us. Restoring law and order, new category. D.C. and Memphis, federal task forces deployed massive numbers of federal law enforcement officers and National Guard to restore safety. Crime down in D.C. is almost down to nothing. D.C. was a very, very dangerous place, and I think you probably know better than I do. I have a lot of people in the media thanked me for that, but some of them found it hard to thank me. But, you know, D.C. is now, look how beautiful. D.C. is now, you can walk right from here to a restaurant, right through the center of town. You can be with your child, with your loved one, with your lover. Your lover's not going to be killed anymore, so you can act like a real lover. But you can walk right through the middle of the town, and D.C. is beautiful again too. You notice we took all the fences down, almost all. The rest are coming down. We got the graffiti all off. National Guard's been amazing. You know, we didn't tell them to do that. That's not their job description. But they were picking up garbage and everything. They were great. And I don't know. To me, a town, it looks better when you have military people. These are big, strong guys, are bad guys. Look at them and they say, we're not going to mess around. But what they don't know is that we took over 2,000 people out, permanently out of D.C. These were career criminals. But I feel much better seeing those people there. I went in a couple of times and had dinner in D.C. I walked right down the middle of the street. I felt very safe. A year ago, I couldn't have done that. I would have been crazy to have done that. Secret Service wouldn't let me do it. They weren't thrilled anyway, I will tell you. It wasn't like they were thrilled, but we did it, and it was great. But D.C. is a great thing. We have virtually no crime in D.C. anymore. And before we did this move, we could do the same thing with Chicago. You know, we brought Chicago down 25%, even though we just had a minimal crew there. We brought Wisconsin down. We brought Minnesota down, way down, even though everything's a fight, you know, because they want to keep those people that are lying on the floor. They want to keep those people in Minnesota, but they really don't. I don't think the real people of Minnesota, it's a very corrupt place, and the elections are totally corrupt. I feel I won it all 3 times. Nobody's won that state since Richard Nixon. It's a rigged state. And the Somalians vote as one group, even if they're not citizens, and they vote as one group, and, you know, you get 600,000 votes against you. They all ought to get the hell out of here. They're bad for our country. Nationwide achieved the largest reduction in violent crime on record. So this just came out. Nationwide, over the last 11 months, achieved the largest reduction in violent crime on record, including the largest one-year drop in murders ever recorded. Almost 2,000 lives were saved. That's despite the fact that we took in criminals under the leadership of the Democrats and Joe Biden. More motor vehicle theft is down by 100,000 vehicles nationwide. That's another. Nationwide, the motor vehicle theft was out of control, and now it's very much in control. It was down by more than 100,000 vehicles to a record low. Began the process of eliminating cashless bail policies across the nation. You got to get rid of your sanctuary cities, and I hope our people know that we're not going to pay sanctuary cities. We're not going to pay them anymore. They are sanctuary for criminals. They hold criminals. We're not going to pay. They can sue us, and maybe they'll win. But we're not giving money to sanctuary cities anymore as of the beginning of the month. We began the process of eliminating the cashless bail. Well, cashless bail is where it all started. It's a disaster. And then other places. I don't know if it started in New York. I remember it starting in New York. So if somebody comes in, murders somebody, and they let them out, no bail, no nothing. Basically, cashless bail means you just get the hell out. And they go outside. We have one case where a guy murders somebody, gets released, and goes out and murders somebody. 2 people in one day. No, we got to get rid of cashless bail. They got to pay, got to have bail. There's a reason for bail. Long tested. Signed an executive order to bring back mental institutions and insane asylums. We're going to have to bring them back. Hate to build those suckers, but you got to get the people off the streets. You know, we used to have, when I was growing up, we had in my area in Queens, I grew up in Queens, we had a place called Creedmoor. Creedmoor, did anybody know that? Creedmoor. It was a big, I said, Mom, why are those bars on the building? I used to play Little League baseball there at a place called Cunningham Park. I was quite the baseball player, you wouldn't believe. But I said to my mother, Mom, she would be there, always there for me. She said, son, you could be a professional baseball player. I said, thanks, Mom. I said, why are those bars on the windows? Big building, big, powerful building. It loomed over the park, actually. She said, well, people that are very sick are in that building. I said, boy, I used to always look at that building and I'd see this big building, big, tall building. It loomed over the park. It was sort of, now that I think it was a pretty unfriendly sight. But I'll never forget, I don't know if it's still there, because they got rid of most of them, you know, the Democrats in New York, they took them down, and the people live on the streets now. That's why you have a lot of the people in California and other places, they live on the streets. They took the mental institutions down. They're expensive. But I'd say, why does that building have those bars? Boy, it wasn't normal. You know, you're used to looking at like a window. But this one, you look at it, all this steel, vicious steel, tiny windows, bars all over the place. Nobody was getting out. It's called a mental institution. That was an insane asylum. Designated Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, and many others. It is. America is respected again on the world stage. That's another topic. Obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capability, and Operation Midnight Hammer was one of the most successful anyone's ever seen. CNN fake news. I don't know where they are. CNN. Anybody from CNN here? Fake news. Nobody wants to raise their hand anymore. They used to argue here. Now, if you're with CNN, you don't raise your hand. But they said, well, maybe it wasn't that successful, which I really was angry because these pilots took their life in their hands. 2 o'clock in the morning with no moon, dead dark, guns shooting at them. They went in with those beautiful B-2s, and every single bomb went down an air shaft and obliterated it. And CNN came out and said, well, maybe it wasn't, by a scam writer who wrote, you know, fake stories, a lot of fake stories on other topics, right? Because when we did it, we said, that's a terrible thing. You know, the pilots came back and they said, we hit everything. They did a great job. Then on top of that, we launched from a submarine about 30 Tomahawks on top of everything else. The place was obliterated. CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't that bad. Turned out it was worse than it was. You know who could tell you that? The Iranians would tell you that. Because if they do anything, they're going to have to start a brand new place. But they did an amazing job. It was like what we did with Venezuela. I mean, nobody's ever seen a military operation like that. Ended 8 unendable wars in 10 months. These were unendable wars. Cambodia and Thailand fighting for years. Kosovo and Serbia. The Congo and Rwanda. Pakistan and India, they were really going at it. 8 planes shot down. They were going to go nuclear, in my opinion. The Prime Minister of Pakistan was here, and he said President Trump saved 10 million people and maybe much more than that. They're both nuclear countries. Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia were going to fight over a dam, and I got them to stop. I still got to work it out because they put a dam up in Ethiopia that stops the flow from a little river called the Nile. I always think of the Nile being in Egypt, you know, beautiful Nile with the pyramids, but they put a dam up. You know who paid for the dam? The United States of America. It's the biggest dam, I think, in the world. They put a dam up. I said, how did you let that happen? Why would we have done that? We financed it. This country would, I don't know. Maybe it was a Republican president, but I don't think it was. I think it was a Democrat. But what a terrible thing. So Egypt basically is, you know, they don't have enough water in the Nile. And they use that for a lot of things, including entertainment and travel and tourism and everything. I mean, I don't know. They got a big dam. I got to work that one out now, too. Armenia and Azerbaijan, President Putin told me, I cannot believe you settled that war. I've been trying to settle that war for 10 years. Armenia and Azerbaijan. They were fighting it for many, many years. And I ended up getting the heads of both countries in my office. Beautiful Oval Office, much more beautiful now than it ever was. And one sat on one side, one sat on the other. He said, you know, I've been the head of Azerbaijan for 22 years, and for 22 years I've been killing his people. And the other gentleman, and both very good guys, said, I've been here for 7 years, and for 7 years I've been killing his people. And they started over there, and within an hour they were next to each other, and by the time we ended, they were hugging each other, and it's been a great peace, you know? Should have gotten the Nobel Prize for each war, but I don't say that. I say millions and millions of people. And don't let anyone tell you that Norway doesn't control the shots, okay? It's in Norway. Norway controls the shots. They'll say, we have nothing to do with it. It's a joke. They've lost such prestige. That's why I have such respect for Maria doing what she did. She said, I don't deserve the Nobel Prize. He does. When she got it, they said, wow, that's amazing. I thought President Trump would get it. President Trump deserves it. He ended up 8 wars. How nice, right? It's a good woman. Got all 20 living hostages returned to their families, and the remains, they all came out. We got the 20 living hostages. We got the 28 hostages. They have 1 left that we think we know where it is. Amazing. Looked like we weren't going to get anywhere near that. Now they've gotten almost. And more importantly, we got many more, hundreds. We got them all. If we didn't do it, you wouldn't have had, most of those people would have been dead. I don't know if that's covered properly, but you know, the 20 is great. They were the last ones. I always said the last 20 are going to be hard, but we got them. We got the last 20, and we got close to 28 of the bodies of the dead. And to those parents, that was just as important as getting their son back alive. They were almost even more intent on they knew their son was dead. They wanted to get the body. I got him back. We just created the Board of Peace, which I think is going to be amazing. I wish the United Nations could do more. I wish we didn't need a Board of Peace, but the United Nations, and you know, with all the wars I settled, the United Nations never helped me on one war. I mean, I guess I'm not blaming them. I didn't call them to help, but I got, you know, the presidents and prime ministers together. We knocked heads. We got along, and they liked me. I liked them. Every single one of them nominated me for a Nobel Prize. Every one of the wars, among many other people, nominated me for a Nobel Prize. But Putin told me, I cannot believe you got this war settled. I've worked on it for 10 years because it's his territory. Rescued 83 American hostages and citizens detained from abroad without paying a lot of money. Paid no money. Apprehended terrorists responsible for the Abbey Gate bombing that claimed the lives of 13 U.S. service members in Afghanistan, the lowest point in the history of our country. That was a Biden disaster. I was getting out, but I was getting out with dignity and strength. We were the boss. Oh, we were the boss. They wouldn't do a thing against us. And this very stupid person got in, and what a shame. They should have left from Bagram, which is the big military base, which has hundreds of acres around it. Should have left from Bagram. terminated visas of Hamas sympathizers and deported pro-jihad foreign nationals, got NATO members to agree to raise defense spending to 5% of GDP from 2%, and they pay the 5% and they didn't pay the 2%. And by the way, I did more for NATO than any other person alive or dead. Nobody's done for NATO. And I think for the most part, they'll tell you that. I think you could ask the Secretary General about that, but he said it a lot. I've done more for NATO than anybody, and I see all this stuff, but NATO has to treat us fairly, too. The big fear I have with NATO is we spend tremendous amounts of money with NATO, and I know we'll come to their rescue, but I just really do question whether or not they'll come to ours. You know, I'm just asking. Just saying, right? You remember during the debate? Just saying. Signed $1 trillion investment in U.S. military. And next year, we hopefully will go to $1.5 trillion. We're building battleships that are 100 times more powerful than the battleships of World War II, which are the big, beautiful, those big, beautiful things with the guns. I said, what about bringing them out of dry dock? They said, sir, what we're building will blow them away. Think of it. These ships are 100 times more powerful than the battleships that you see on Victory at Sea. Do you ever see Victory at Sea? What a great thing that is to watch. Renamed the Department of Defense into the Department of War, which everyone loves, by the way. Signed landmark critical minerals deals with Australia, Malaysia, Thailand, Ukraine, Japan, and many others. We're going to have so much rare earth. It's actually not that rare. Getting it processed is rare, but there's a lot of rare earth. There's a lot of earth around, I can tell you. Withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization where we were paying hundreds of millions of dollars a year. So we were paying $500 million a year, and China was paying $37 million a year. I said, why aren't we paying the same as China? They said, well, nobody asked. I said, China's got 1.4 billion people. We have 350 million, probably, with all the illegals, you know. China probably knows more accurately. But we have much smaller in terms of the number of people. We have a much more powerful military, but we have much smaller. I rebuilt the military during my first term, by the way. And while they gave away a lot to Afghanistan, the Taliban, which was just horrible seeing them, every year seeing them do that military down some dirty street, is a disgrace. But while Biden gave a lot of it away, it's a tiny fraction compared to what we did. I rebuilt the military, and now we're continuing to build it. And bigger and better. We need it. Peace through strength. But we withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. So I remember we were paying $500 million. They were paying 37 or 39 million. And I said, how come? So I withdrew, and they called, we'll give you the same deal that they had. I said, well, it should be less than that, because if they're at 37 and you have 3 times, 4 times the number of people, even maybe 5 times, I don't know. So it should be less, but I didn't want to chisel around. And I thought about it. So I could have taken 500 million to 37, and everybody knew it. I chose not to do it because it was actually very popular when I got out, because they were terrible. And so I chose not to take that deal. First thing Biden did is go back into it. You know what he paid? More than 500 million. So I actually called them. I said, you know, you can buy it for less. You can make a deal at 37. There's no reason to pay 500. They didn't. I made a deal at 37. I could have had 37. They were public about it. We'll give you the same deal that China has for 37. And they paid $500 million. That's the way you ruin a country. And it's the same attitude that, you know, you have on everything else with these people. They were terrible. The anti-American UN Human Rights Council we ended. The UN Relief and Works Agency we ended. And the fake Paris Climate Accord, which was a ripoff of America, where we had to pay $1 trillion and they were paying nothing. China didn't kick in until 2035. We kicked in immediately. We were supposed to pay $1 trillion. Russia went to a standard of 1991, which was a dirtier standard. But we had to pay top dollar. So I terminated that. Another Rick. We ended the woke lunacy and restored common sense, abolished all discriminatory diversity, equity, and inclusion DEI policies throughout the federal government and the private sector. They're gone, everybody, they're gone. Terrible. Terminated the Green New Scam and ended the insane electric vehicle mandate. I love electric vehicles. That caused me a little problem with a man named Elon. But he understands, and he's a good guy. We get along, but I said, Elon, we can't have all electric cars. We just can't do it. I like the electric cars. I like his car. But in particular, I like his car. But we can't do that because some people don't want an electric car by 2030. And to build the power stations all over the country would have cost $4 trillion. $4 trillion. That's more than any country has. If you got China, the United States, and everyone, you couldn't do it. And it would have taken years. And yet they were supposed to be switching over electric vehicle mandate. Some people don't like electric cars. Some people want hybrids. Some people want regular gasoline-powered cars. We have more gasoline than anybody. And now with Venezuela, we have 62% of the market when you include Venezuela. So I ended the Green New Scam and I ended the insane electric vehicle mandate. Now you can buy a gasoline-powered car, a hybrid, and you can buy a electric vehicle. I mean, if you think, if you want electric, you can buy it. Make a good deal on them right now because they made a lot of them. Permanently stopped Joe Biden's ridiculous CAFE standards. That's having to do with the environment, so ridiculous. Canceled the EPA's absurd, totally absurd, tailpipe emission standard, which made you spend hundreds of thousands, for hundreds of thousands of cars. The cost numbers were incredible that the consumer has to pay. Imposed 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles and 100% tariff on Chinese cars, which don't come into the country because of tariffs. Only because of tariffs. We didn't have tariffs, you wouldn't have any car. We have now more car factories being built in the United States than ever before because of tariffs. If they take those tariffs away, China will eat our lunch. They'll take all of our car business. Now, there's another way of doing it, but it's more cumbersome, et cetera, et cetera. I don't want to scare you, but it's much more cumbersome, not as good for national security as this. We have a perfect system right now. We're making a fortune. We've never been stronger, and I hope the Supreme Court does the right thing for our country, because if they don't, it's such a problem. It's just so, it would be so sad. We're doing so well because of tariffs. And the people that are heading up the lawsuit, like there's a guy named Leonard Leo, who's a bad guy, and people that are very China-oriented and foreign car-oriented and foreign business-oriented, but in particular China, they're suing to get rid of tariffs because they don't want tariffs, like Coke. Coke has businesses outside of the United States. If you have them outside, you don't want tariffs. But because of tariffs, they treat us well. Without tariffs, they would treat us very badly. As you saw for many years, they respect us more now than they ever have respected us, by a lot. And revoked the California emissions waiver to stop San Francisco communists from regulating the automobile industry and destroying automobiles and the industry in the nation. I was with Bill Ford of Ford Motors. I was with all the people at General Motors the other day, and they are making money and building more cars than they are doing so good. All because of tariffs and what I've done. And they're building their plants all in the United States. Reopened Anwar for drilling. That's a big deal. Launched a massive Alaskan pipeline project to export natural gas to Asia. We made a deal with South Korea and with Japan that gives us money, the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. Signed executive orders to end Biden's war on coal and put, I say clean, beautiful coal. I never say the word coal. It has to be preceded by the words clean, beautiful coal. And put miners back to work. The miners love Trump. I think I got 100% of their vote. We banned transgenders from the military. We don't want transgender in the military. Ordered reinstatement of patriots expelled from our military with full back pay. So we had some people that were terminated, and they're coming back into our military. Fired the woke boards of visitors at our military service academies. The boards of visitors were run by radical left, maybe communists, maybe not, but they were still heavily radical left, and they were bad for us. Signed an executive order to remove anti-American propaganda from federal museums and national parks. Required the federal employees to return to work in person or be fired. We don't want them sitting in their home on their bed working. We want them in an office that we're paying for in Washington, D.C. or wherever it may be. And we've largely taken care of that mess. That was crazy. I guarantee you they're out on the ball fields. I guarantee you they're out playing golf. And you can't run a country or a company that way. I think it's happening even so with countries and companies. But we had so many of our federal workers, they wouldn't come into work. Signed an order banning all government censorship and restoring free speech. Made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders. This was not a tough one. Two genders. Can anybody guess what they are? Male and female. I think the Democrats know that too, but they refuse to admit it. Banned the use of puberty blockers, hormone injections, and other chemical and surgical mutilation of children. Can you imagine saying this 15 years ago? That we banned the use of puberty blockers, hormone injections, and other chemical and surgical mutilation of our children. You know, when I say it, I say, do I have to say that? I actually asked my people today, yes, sir, because people, that's where the country went. Banned men from playing in women's sports. Big Supreme Court case, and I mean, I can't believe it. Some of the justices were fighting hard for men to be able to play in women's sports, a couple of them. I can't imagine it, but I think anybody that rules that way should lose a lot of credibility. But we banned men from playing in women's sports. All you have to do is look at the records, look at weightlifting records, look at swimming records, look at track and field. It's not fair. It's very demeaning to women. Banned transgender ideology and critical race theory from our schools. Secured unprecedented settlements with Brown University, Columbia University, and many other colleges, including the University of Pennsylvania, where I went, the great old Wharton School of Finance. To restore fairness and merit, we're working with Harvard right now. They've been very anti-Semitic. Terrible what they've done. And we'll see what happens. I hear we have a deal, but who the hell knows with them? They have a lawyer that wants to show how hot he is. Ended taxpayer-funded student loan forgiveness for radical left and anti-American activists. Can you believe it? Began the process of abolishing the Federal Department of Education and returning education back to the states. And Linda McMahon is doing a fantastic job. Ended Joe Biden's weaponization of our government and removed his hand-picked radical left Marxist prosecutors from the Department of Justice, like deranged Jack Smith. He's a sick son of a bitch. They gave me the worst of the worst. And here I am. How did that happen? How did that happen? He's a sick guy, and Letitia James is sick, and Alvin Bragg is sick. They're sick people. And others. Fannie, you can't call her Fannie. She doesn't like it. She wants to be called Fani. Fani Willis. I won. Can you imagine putting somebody through that? And then if I suggest that somebody may be guilty of a terrible crime, oh, he's weaponizing government. Trump is weaponizing government. It's terrible. Can you imagine? They say to me about weaponize, I don't weaponize anything. But what they did to me, nobody ever went through what I went through. And here I am in a place called the White House. It's a beautiful place. Who would have thought, right? Signed legislation to cut all taxpayer funding to woke and biased NPR and PBS. And they're sort of gone now, I guess. I heard they closed up. They were terrible. They were so unfair. They were so terrible. Officially reinstated Columbus Day. I like the name Columbus Day. The Italian people are very happy about it. Remember, when you go to the voting booths, I reinstated Columbus Day. That was an easy one. Christopher Columbus. Cut Social Security wait times by 50%, serve 65% more Social Security recipients by phone, and are on track to doubling the service and performance compared to the Biden administration. We're 2.5 to 3 times better and faster. Slash VA claims backlog to the lowest number ever recorded. Created Trump accounts starting with $1,000 for every newborn baby. This is something that's become so popular. And I give Mr. and Mrs. Michael Dell Computer, who put in $6.25 billion, started with nothing. And he actually invested all that money to give to kids so that when they grow up, they have an account that might be worth a lot of money. It'll be riding with the markets. And, you know, they can, at 20 years old, 21 years old, they could have $100,000. They could have a lot of money. That's going to be amazing. But I give a lot of credit to Mr. and Mrs. Michael Dell. Signed an AI executive order to ensure the United States dominates the future of artificial intelligence. So we're leading China. We're leading the whole world. We're producing more electricity than we ever have because I'm allowing every one of those plants to build their own electric facility. We're giving them very, very fast approvals, unlike Los Angeles with the fire. So the federal government, I want to give a lot of credit to Lee Zeldin. The hardest approval for the 20,000 houses or more that burned down in Los Angeles because they didn't have the water. They didn't allow the water to come down from the Pacific Northwest. They routed the water into the Pacific Ocean. So we had no water there. No, he had. I would say open up the water. Open it up to the governor, to the mayor. They didn't want to do it. They wanted to protect a tiny little fish that's, you know, I said, how can you have a fish when you don't have any water? It was just an excuse, I guess. But it's amazing. We took 20,000 houses, and Lee Zeldin, the toughest permit is from the federal government. Within 2 weeks, every single permit was given to the people to build their houses. Then you have the incompetent mayor of Los Angeles. He's neutral, who decided to go to Africa during the fire. So you have this incompetent mayor, and I had it out with her the night when I got, right after the fire, I went there. She said, we're working on it so that we can have everybody starting to build within 2 or 3 years. Remember that? I said, you mean 2 or 3 days? No, I mean 2 or 3 years. And the place went crazy. Well, they still haven't gotten their permits. But every federal permit, every single one has been given a year ago. And Lee Zeldin has done a great job. And he's done a great job in the approval of all these big plants and factories and all of the electricity that they're creating for themselves. I said to Zuckerberg, I said to all of them, I said to Jeff Bezos, I said to everybody. Mark Zuckerberg couldn't believe it. He said, you know, where are we going to get all the electricity? Because you need double the electricity that the country currently makes just to fire up those big plants. I said, well, nobody can do that. So what we're going to do is let you make your own electricity. Nobody believed it. And I said, we're going to get you fast permits. So we get them within 2 weeks. And they're coming up with some of the most incredible electric plants you've ever seen. So each one of those massive buildings, AI or otherwise, is building their own electricity. They're building their own plant. And it's incredible. Many of them are under construction already. They're going to have, we're leading AI and we're leading China by a lot. Established a MAHA presidential commission, banned many artificial food dyes, as you know, issued new vaccine recommendations, and created new real food pyramid. And Bobby and Dr. Oz have been incredible. Provided $12 billion in aid for American farmers. Just gave them $12 billion in aid because they got screwed by other nations. And the number of drug dealers have fallen every single month since I took office. Drug dealers are way down in the United States. And that's a small version of what's sitting right there. That's just a small version. We took a country that was dead, and it's the hottest country in the world right now, and that's after 1 year. So let's go. That's a lot of people. Go ahead, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I have two questions for you. One, do you want your Board of Peace to replace the UN?
Well, it might. I mean, the UN just hasn't been very helpful. I'm a big fan of the UN potential, but it has never lived up to its potential. The UN should have settled every one of the wars that I settled. I never went to them. I never even thought to go to them. They should be able to settle those wars. They don't. I believe you got to let the UN continue because the potential is so great.
And I wonder, Mr. President, you invited Lula from Brazil to be part of the Board of Peace.
I did.
What role do you
I did.
expect him to play, especially
A big role. I like him.
Venezuela?
Yeah,
And
I like
another one, because the
Are you from Brazil?
Yes. The EU and Mercosur just signed a trade agreement this weekend, which is going to be the biggest trade zone, free zone in the world.
Right.
At the moment, you are talking a lot about tariffs. What is your reaction to that? So, two questions, Lula.
Well,
and then-
look, I just think this. I think we have trade like we've never had before. We're doing better in trade than we ever have before. We're not being ripped off by every country in the world like we were before. We're doing numbers that nobody's ever thought possible. We're the richest we ever were. It's because of tariffs and the proper use of tariffs, and we're also the most secure. As an example, Iceland, without tariffs, they wouldn't even be talking to us about it. So we'll see what happens. I think it's going to work out quite well. Yeah, right behind.
Thank you, Mr. President. How would you characterize your relationship with Emmanuel Macron and Keir Starmer right now? And have you spoken to them since your Truth Social post last
No, I
night?
haven't, but I think I get along very well with them. I mean, they always treat me well. They get a little bit rough when they're, when I'm not around. But when I'm around, they treat me very nicely. And, I like both of them. They're both liberal. They've got to straighten out their countries. You can't, London is having a lot of problems. And if you look at Paris, got a lot of problems. They have two problems, immigration and energy. They got to stop with the windmills, and they got to go back like UK has an unbelievable asset called the North Sea. Norway uses it, makes a fortune. They have a better section of it, and they don't do it. They could straighten out their countries, and it would be good. But I get along very well with them.
You told Norway's prime minister.
Are you from Norway?
No.
You look like you would be from Norway. She looks like she's from Norway. Go ahead.
You told Norway's prime minister that you not winning the Nobel Peace Prize made you feel less obligated to think purely of peace.
Well, I lost a lot of respect for Norway. And I believe
prize
very
affect-
strongly that Norway controls the Nobel Prize. But you have to understand, I settled 8 wars. I've had every one of those wars, every participant wrote, I didn't ask him to do it. They sent in strong they make recommendations for that. But I settled 8 wars. No president's probably ever settled 1 war. I don't know, think of it. I did 8. The reason I do it is because it's easy for me to do. And I didn't do it for a Nobel Prize. I did it because I'm saving a lot of lives. I'm trying to settle the final one. I'm trying to do Russia-Ukraine. And when Russia's ready, Ukraine's not. When Ukraine's ready, Russia's not. But they're losing 25,000 people a month on average. And I'm trying to get that one done. But no, I feel that Norway has tremendous control over who gets the Nobel Prize, despite what they say.
How far are you willing to go to acquire Greenland?
You'll find out.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kevin Hassett has said that those $2,000 tariff rebate checks would be up to Congress to decide whether or not to disperse that. Do you agree with Kevin Hassett on that, or do you think you can do that unilaterally?
No, I don't think we would have to go the Congress route, but we'll find out. The reason we're even talking about it is that we have so much money coming in from tariffs that we'll be able to issue at least a $2,000 dividend and also pay down debt for the country. But we'd do a $2,000 dividend to the people of our country. Would probably set a limit of, income limit where it made sense. But we will be able to make a very substantial dividend to the people of our country. I believe we can do that without Congress.
Last slide on Truth Social, you said that the British plan to hand the base of Diego Garcia over to Mauritius and then rent it back was an act of great stupidity. Previously, you've backed that deal. Is it now your position that the deal should not go ahead?
I think that they, you know, when they originally were going to do it, they were talking about doing some concept of ownership. But now they're looking to essentially just do a lease and sell it. And I'm against that. You know, it's a reasonably nothing like Greenland, but it's a reasonably important area of the globe. Not to anywhere near Greenland, but I think they should keep it. I don't know why they're doing it. Do they need money?
Mr. President, with your support to the Syrian government, most probably you avoided another civil war and a bloodshed in Syria, especially after the fall of the regime.
I did a good job. I did a good job.
And, the Syrian government the last 2 weeks had to use some force to implement its force on specific areas. And
well,
with
to keep the prisoners, the terrorist prisoners, which are some of the worst in the world, at bay. So they were able to keep that. He's working very hard. The president of Syria is working very, very hard. Strong guy, tough guy, pretty rough resume. But you're not going to put a choir boy in there and, you know, get the job done. I spoke with him yesterday because we were talking about the prisons and, you know, what was going on. We have some of the worst terrorists in the world in those prisons, and he's watching them.
Syria, sir.
Mr.
Go ahead.
President, Gavin Newsom is going to be at Davos if he's not already there. You're probably going to run into him. I presume that this is for him to raise his platform for 2028, but what do you anticipate his foreign policy platform is going to be?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know that he's going to be the nominee. I know this. I had a very good relationship with Gavin Newsom when we were, you know, in office together. I was president. He was the governor of California. We had a really, he would talk about it often, and somewhere we just went astray. I just hate the way California is being run. We actually have people leaving. It's never happened before, but I hate the way it's being run. He and I had a very good relationship, really close to the word exceptional, but now we seem not to.
Thank you, President Trump. President Trump, you spoke earlier.
Mr. President, you've been hearing from allies.
Thank you.
No,
Thank you so much, President Trump. Kara Castanova from Lindell TV. And you spoke earlier about the 2020 election. Now that Maduro is in U.S. custody and he was criminally charged, has any more information emerged that you could share with us regarding Venezuelan election software and Venezuelan ties to tampering with the 2020 election? And would you consider speaking to Maduro personally in prison in New York to get some answers on Venezuela's involvement with the 2020 election?
No, I don't think I would be doing that. I think my lawyers would be very unhappy if I did that. Yeah, they've learned some things. Please.
What happens to the tariff threat to Greenland if the Supreme Court comes out and rules against you on the tariffs? And
well, I'll have to use something else. I mean,
are
look,
you willing to use force?
you know, take a look at the word license. Take a look at other things. I mean, we have other alternatives. But what we're doing now is the best, the strongest, the fastest, the easiest, the least complicated.
Sir, if you move ahead with the Greenland-related tariffs on Europe, you secured almost $1 trillion of commitments from them to invest in the United States. Does that go kaput out the window if that happens?
I doubt it. Look, they need that agreement very badly with us. They really do. They fought very hard to get it. So I doubt that, but we'll see what happens. We have a lot of meetings scheduled on Greenland. I'm leaving tonight, as you know, for Davos, and we have a lot of meetings scheduled on Greenland. And I think things are going to work out pretty well, actually.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you still go to Paris for the G7 emergency meeting as offered by President Macron?
No, I wouldn't do that. No. Because, you know, Emmanuel's not going to be there very long. And, you know, there's no longevity there. He's a friend of mine. He's a nice guy. I like Macron. But he's not going to be there very much longer, as you know. And I think, you know, I have meetings with the people that are directly involved, not some of the people you're talking about.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Happy
You know, I've
New Year.
never seen this room like this. Is this a celebration of the first year? Yes. Have you ever seen it? I've never seen this many. I hope we have a very good. I hope we have a very good structural floor. You know, this used to be a swimming pool. You're sitting over a swimming pool. I could see that happening. But this, we need a good structure here, don't we? Huh? Yeah.
Mr. President. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Happy 1-year anniversary.
Thank you.
And my question is on Syria. The Kurds, as the most loyal U.S. partners, facing attacks by some Syrian elements within the Syrian government. Will you do to ensure the Kurdish rights protected and their effective forces against terrorism in Rojava, Syria continue, as the Kurdish see you as a president does not abandon his allies?
Well, I like the Kurds, but just so you understand, the Kurds were paid tremendous amounts of money, were given oil and other things, so they were doing it for themselves, more so than they were doing it for us, but we got along with the Kurds, and we are trying to protect the Kurds, that's correct.
Ahead of your speech in Davos, can you give us a preview of what we can expect as far as, laying out the plans for Americans to be able to buy homes?
I think more than anything else, what I'm going to be speaking about is the tremendous success that we've had in 1 year. I didn't think we could do it this fast. Think of it, it's just now 12 months, and I say it often, we have the most successful country in the world, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world by far, and this country would have been absolutely stone cold dead. And I'm going to be talking about it. I'm going to be, because, a lot of them could use some of the advice as to what we did. They need energy. You take a look at their energy policy, they're going to destroy themselves with what they're doing with the windmills and all the nonsense. They need energy help badly, or they're going to be in big trouble, and they need immigration help badly. How much longer do you want to go?
We have a call with.
I do. I have a very important call with President Erdogan, who I like a lot. All right, one or two more questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. During
Go
your
ahead,
second,
please. Go ahead.
One
Thank you,
question
Mr.
about
President.
Red. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The red blouse. Go ahead.
You talked a lot at the beginning of this about the economy, some positive economic indicators. Polling shows a majority of Americans don't feel the economy is doing well. Are you worried you're making the same mistake as President Biden by telling
No, I hope I don't make the same mistake as him. Look, I inherited a terrible, it's a great question, because we inherited a terrible, terrible mess between the border, between all the problems. The whole country was falling apart. And in 12 months, less than 12 months, in 12 months, we have the strongest border we've ever had. We have prices that are much, much lower than they were for the last time. We inherited very high prices. We inherited, remember this, inflation was at a historic high. We had never had inflation like that. They say 48 years, but whether it's 48 years or ever, we had the highest inflation, in my opinion, that we've ever had. Prices, because of that, were very high. I inherited, we brought down eggs immediately. Remember the first news conference, they were screaming at me about eggs. I was in the position for 2 days, and we brought eggs down to lower than what they were before. And by the way, they continue that way. We brought the prices down from when I came into office and from what Biden had, way down. We're going to bring them down further. But the job we did is a miracle. One of the reasons I'm doing this today is to explain. We inherited a mess, and we've made it a beautiful, beautiful picture. Think of gasoline at $1.99 in many states. $1.99 a gallon. It was $4.50, $5, in some cases $6 or $7. We're at $1.99. And energy is so big that with energy, everything else comes down. But the prices are coming way down, and we're going to bring them down further. But we started up here with these guys. We inherited a country that was broken. We inherited a country, and I have a very warm spot. We've done very well with Venezuela. And by the way, that even in itself is going to help us bring down the oil prices. The Venezuelan oil, we've taken 50 million gallons of oil. We've taken 50 million barrels of oil out of Venezuela in the first 4 days. We've got millions of barrels of oil left. We're selling it on the open market. We're bringing down oil prices incredibly. And when they come down, and they've already come down, again, $1.99 a gallon for oil. Nobody thought they'd ever see it. All right, one or two more. Go ahead, go, yes.
President,
Yes.
I want to ask you about Iran. Is the military option still on the table? And can you assure us that the killing in Iran has stopped? And when regard to the Peace Council, which members have to pay $1 billion?
So with Iran, are you from Iran?
No, I cover the White House.
Where are you from?
I'm Palestinian American.
So with Iran, they were going to hang 837 people, and I let them be known that, and we let them know that if that happens, that will be a very bad day for them. And they decided not to do it. They didn't hang the people. I can't tell you what's going to happen in the future, but supposedly they've taken that off the table. But they were going to, last week, they were going to hang on Thursday or Wednesday. They were going to hang, I think, 837 people, and they didn't hang anybody. So we're just going to have to see what happens with Iran. Is the military option off the table? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Trump. Thank you, President
Go
Trump.
ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Go ahead, I'll take your question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
Go ahead, right here.
Thank you, Mr. President. You promised during your second inaugural to always put America first. I'm curious, how would you winning the Nobel Peace Prize improve the lives of average, everyday Americans? Why is this prize so important?
It wouldn't improve the lives of any, but what improved the lives of people are people that are living. I saved probably tens of millions of lives in the wars. You know, if you add up the numbers, just if you look at any one of those wars, you're talking about millions of people. You multiply it times 8. But when you look at India and Pakistan, that could have been 10, 15, 20 million people. Could have been more than that. So I saved millions of people. So that, to me, is the big thing. What?
You suggested a moment ago that perhaps the reason why a positive story about the economy isn't getting through is because of, bad communications people. But are average Americans wrong to still feel high prices? And how much longer does the White House hope that they?
So I think a lot of people are listening to the fake news a little bit, and I'm not blaming anybody. I think I blame ourselves. I think we've done a much better job than we're able to promote. We're not promoting. We're doing a great job, and we're sort of letting the promotion take care of itself. One of the reasons I'm doing this news conference, I think it's important. We have taken a mess and made it really good. It's going to get even better. But if you look at prices from a year or a year and a half ago, you look at the Biden prices, they were way up through the sky. And, they use the word affordability. They just say affordability, and they don't talk about it. They created the affordability problem, and we are solving it. We have solved a lot of it. Again, everybody agrees in this room, I think, gasoline prices have come per gallon way down. When that happens, everything else comes down, but they've come down way down. Many of the groceries have come way down. It's all happening, and it's happening strong. But if you go back a year and a half, 2 years, take a look at those prices and look at the prices now.
Mr. President of Venezuela, you made a condition.
Where are you from?
I'm from Spain.
Nice place.
Thank you. You made a condition that the political prisoners should be freed. It seems that they are not being as fast as they promised in the beginning. Would that be an issue for the current government?
They've agreed that they're going to let, I guess, most of them out. Or depends on what they did. But they have released a lot of. Released a lot of political prisoners in Venezuela.
Mr. President, earlier on last year, you had indicated that you wanted to take back the Panama Canal. I know we've heard a lot about Greenland. Is that still on the table?
I don't want to tell you that. Sort of. I must say, sort of. That's sort of. Okay, one more. Yes, blonde, blue. Yes, go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead with the blue, holding the computer.
If a consequence of your determination to take control of Greenland is the ultimate breakup of the NATO alliance, is that a price you're willing to pay?
You mean the breakup of it's very
the
interesting.
NATO alliance.
So I think something's going to happen that's going to be very good for everybody. Nobody's done more for NATO than I have, as I said before, in every way. Getting them to go up to 5% of GDP was something that nobody thought was possible, and pay. At 2%, they weren't paying. At 5%, they are paying. And they're buying a lot of things from us, and they're giving them, I guess, to Ukraine. That's up to them, but they're giving them to whoever they're giving them to, but they're buying a lot. I think that we will work something out where NATO is going to be very happy and where we're going to be very happy. But we need it for security purposes. We need it for national security and even world security. It's very important. How about it?
Thank you very much. First of all, last year you told me that you believe that the reason you won the election is because God put you in this place so that you could save the world. Looking back 1 year, do you feel like God is proud of the effort that you've put in?
I do, actually. I think God is very proud of the job I've done. And that includes for religion. You know, we're protecting a lot of people that are being killed. Christians, and Jewish people, and lots of people are being protected by me that wouldn't be protected by another type of president. No, I think a lot of people are very proud of the job we've done. We've had an amazing year. This has been one of the greatest years. Even some people that wouldn't necessarily love me instinctively, they're saying this was an incredible year. We've had an incredible year economically. Look at our border. Our border was a disaster. People pouring. It was an invasion into our country of a lot of very bad people. Good people too, but a lot of very bad people from prisons and drug dealers and gangs and horrible people, murderers, thousands and thousands of murderers allowed into our country. And we now have the strongest border of any country. There's probably not a country, I guess North Korea has a pretty strong border, by the way, but there's not a country in the world that has a border like we do. And we took it from the worst border. We had the worst border in the world. Now we have one of the strongest borders in the world. One more question.
You said you're confident something's going to get worked out in Greenland, but Greenlanders have made it clear they don't want to be part of the U.S.
Well,
what gives the U.S. the right to take away that self-determination?
When I speak to them, I'm sure they'll be thrilled.
Mr. President, are you committed to keeping the U.S. in NATO?
I've had such a good relationship. I've made it so much better, so much stronger. It's so good now. NATO is so much stronger now. I don't agree with a lot of the things they've done, but that was done before I got there. I think NATO's been good. Sometimes it's overrated, sometimes it's not. But we have a strong NATO. When I came here, we had a weak NATO. We had a NATO at 2%, and they weren't paying. You had a nothing NATO. NATO's, whether you like it or not, it's only as good as we are. If NATO doesn't have us, NATO is not very strong.
Thank you.
Yes, no, behind you, please.
Thank you, President Trump.
Yes, go ahead.
Greatly appreciate it, sir. We heard a long list of accomplishments from the last year. Could you cherry pick the top three? And then looking forward, what are your three most important priorities in 2026?
So I think the building of a really powerful military has been a great achievement, and that would include the Venezuela thing. That would include the attack on Iran and the wiping out of the nuclear threat. I think that's been really amazing what we've done militarily. I think what we've done in business has been incredible. We have $18 trillion coming in. Plants are being built all over. Thousands of plants are being built all over the country. 18 trillion is a record. No country has ever come anywhere even close to that. I think that's a record. And I think that most favored nations for drugs is something that nobody thought they'd be able to get. Tariffs helped me there because the nations would have never gone along with it if I wasn't able to say, if you don't go along with it, we're going to put a 10 or 15 or 20% tariff on your nation. And they went along. And our drug prices are going to come down at numbers never even seen before, never even thought possible before. So those would be three things. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
How much did you pay for Greenland, sir?
How was the game?
Go Indiana.
turn it on?
Yeah.
Which one?
It's the small one in front of the.
Is it
The one is the small one.
this one?
No, this one, the other side.
Yeah, this right here.
This one, huh?
Okay.
Just let him know.
Yeah, let me know. I'll turn it on. I'll turn it on when you're ready.
Okay.
Just the other day, I get this little symbol down here. And it's the shutter speed and aperture controls are one. And Harnick knew what it was right away.
I don't use some.
Yeah.
Is it? Often there's a button or like for that kind of stuff.
This one just has a
What about, is this dial do anything?
No, not yet. I'll find it. What I can do is adjust the ISO, but it's not clear. It was something simple.
Are you on C?
Nope. It's the manual, like always.
It's only one camera doing it?
Yeah. That's good. I'll count my blessings. We're not sure yet where she's coming in from, but I think you could float over there if you want. Behind the room she's going to is back there, but we're not going in.
Okay.
But you know, do what you feel.
I don't have to be penned.
Pardon?
I don't have to be penned.
I don't know.
Okay.
They haven't made a big deal about it.
Blue? She's going to the bathroom?
Yeah. Down, you can't see it. Down the hall, turn left.
Oh, okay. It's like the,
I'm sorry they sent you
It
this.
doesn't matter. He's punishing me for not being open to working late tonight. And I have a town meeting, like a board meeting I have to go to. It's been planned for like 6 months, so I kind of have to do it. Yeah, I know, fun spot. Anyway, I'll go there. I know exactly what's happening. And I have to file all this other stuff. Anyway, is she talking? We just have no idea.
Are you supposed to make this?
Before or after? Do we know how long the meeting is?
No? Okay. I've heard 4:30. I've heard it both statement at 4:30 meeting time or 4:30.
Yeah, that's what I think is really up. I didn't file yet. It's taken forever. 2.5 hours. Insane. Right.
The stamp has been coming that way.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know. I don't see any uniforms down there or any white shirts.
Anyway.
When you see the
I mean, I'll just float around.
when you see the officers with white shirts,
Yeah.
those are the higher ranking people who are usually in charge of the dignitary arrival.
Let me float around and I can do security.
This doesn't look late.
She could go in that way, turn back down that hallway. And
probably lost it. She has to have the shot. She says yes now. Jump out the last down more. Put it down a little more.
Just floor two.
People were told that they couldn't pass that up until that obviously was not true. I think that's what
The guidance I saw was this is supposed to go up.
Right.
Been meaning to ask you, how you doing with all this shit going on?
As well as we expect.
Yeah. Are you good to go, or?
I'm good to go for now, but like, how good?
How's it going to even work if you don't have an editor?
There are two photo editors still here.
Oh.
Like, we did borrow a copy.
Yeah, James knows. Yeah.
The two were on the verse. But they're not my boss. Like, I mean, they are kind of like the right person.
Because there's got to be somebody who handles the publication side of things, and they attach them to stories rather than you.
Yes. I mean, I've never been one to do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks for asking. I don't really have a lot to tell you.
No, I just wanted to know how you were doing.
Yeah.
Kind of threw us through the rotation, ISP rotation.
It wasn't my idea. But they just don't have enough. I mean, losing one of the three photo editors, like, they just don't feel like they have enough on that end. Whatever data they process. You guys redo the rotation?
We just went back to the old rotation.
I'm still on for the rest of the month.
Yeah. It makes it a little easier, but some people were fans of having one outlet handle the weekend. But now the rotation is back to what it was before, which is basic. So if you have it on, if our day was Wednesday this week, then next week it would be Tuesday. The week after that it would be Monday. So it's just I'm a pattern person. Yeah. So it just
the pattern went.
Yeah.
Because it used to ship other way.
Yep.
Now it's shut. Nothing to see here, folks. Let's move along. You guys are problems over here. Some guys are going to stick out here, now they can stick out. promise. Keep promise. Oh, we understand. It's not going to do it. Work with it. You know that mansion scrum? That grew. It doubled in size. It really did. Because it didn't move. And I couldn't move. I was right. You know, right. Shooting up at it. Like I thought it was like a real exercise in how to be handle this. They're not going to let you stay there. Yeah. That guy was always in the face. You know, that's why once in a while it'll pop up. I should start a third party or run for president as a moderate. Yeah, that's what I got out of it. I remember that show, that second one. You never know there was 3,000 people behind it, but you know, that's all you got to do something with what you got. Hey, it's warmed up to 30. I think that's about one of those things. One of my sons lives in a town on a mountain, the highest point in Colorado, and it's like right on the continental divide. I don't mind it. There's a left turn she can make. That's okay, babe. want to see the whole column. That's not so. You shoot security. That's not so.
Yes, it is.
Take pictures of security.
You're not supposed to film the mad that people don't need security.
It's just a machine. They take pictures of us. She in? Yeah. She went, so she ditched us.
So now we have to wait. She probably will come back. Because there's a left turn you can make.
Yeah.
You know how long it is. Yeah.
Hey, you want to get out here, Rich? Sure. Do it the right way. We're good.
He said, he needs to go inside. Right.
Oh wait, no, that's on.
No, the woman he said, the other side.
Yeah, yeah. No, the power button's right there, but I turned it off. It's off.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I got it. I'll put it in the garbage.
Just look bad.
Put it in the garbage. Pardon me? Surely. Oh, please. You're in your house.
Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Or of the press.
Well, Mike, we moved here when I was a year and a half. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter now. Can't. I was born in a part of Texas. I like the people down there. We didn't cross the border. The border crossed us.
So far.
Here's what it was. You just press the function button, that'll lock it. I could do without that. My goodness. Yeah. It's a problem. Get them too. don't you look, pardon me, why don't you look and see? What do you think now?
It'd be there between you and Stan. Again, super high. Or do you want her on the far side? Okay. I think that's better.
Thanks for asking. Of course. It's a little different when you occupy the space. What time are you going home? Thank you for being here.
hear you guys.
I don't know. Careful one, save my base. You got it clear coming in. Oh, no.
Thinking the same thing.
No, this one.
Everybody who's practicing inside, there's a pattern, but there's
Closer to 2,500 out here. 28 right now, but this he fights through it all. You're at 32, right?
Yeah, 32. Are you running?
No, everything else is like 28, 26. But you know, you do what you got to do for your guys. Like that is wrong. Give us a heads up. Dude, give us a heads up when she's walking down. Can't see.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for being here. Congressman Jimenez and I, and also the representative of Maria Salazar, had a very good meeting with who we know is, frankly, one of the greatest leaders that I think we've had the opportunity to get to know for many, many years. We are now in a very interesting time. Venezuela, by the way, for the first time in decades, is on the verge of true freedom and democracy. And that's because of the bravery of the men and women in the United States Armed Forces and the leadership of President Trump. But also because the Venezuelan people are unified and united in their desire for freedom, for democracy, for sovereignty. And because they have a leader who has been willing to sacrifice, to work hard, to risk it all, and who has received the support of the Venezuelan people. It is truly a privilege and an honor to be able to spend some time with this amazing leader in this very historic moment. And es un privilegio, give me a second, we'll do it in Spanish, es un profundo honor poder habernos reunido con María Corina Machado, una de las líderes más grandes que yo he tenido el privilegio de conocer en mi vida. La nueva libertadora de Venezuela, una persona que ha sacrificado tanto por una causa, la causa de la libertad del pueblo de Venezuela. Y lo ha arriesgado todo por la causa de la libertad de Venezuela. Y por eso, y por también, obviamente, las Fuerzas Armadas de los Estados Unidos y el liderazgo del presidente Trump, Venezuela está más cerca que nunca en reobtener su libertad y su soberanía. Pero requiere el liderazgo de esta valiente líder, esta tremenda mujer, que sin duda, cuando el pueblo pueda una vez más elegir sus líderes, va a ser la presidenta legítima, democráticamente electa de Venezuela, y es un privilegio y un honor recibirla acá en el Congreso de los Estados Unidos. Let me turn it over to doesn't need introduction, a dear friend, a freedom fighter, and one of the people that I'm privileged every day to share this battle for the national security interests of the United States and for freedom around the world, Congressman Carlos Jimenez.
Thank you. Thank you, Mario. I really appreciate those kind words. And as my dear friend Mario Diaz-Balart has stated, it's been a privilege to sit down and speak with Maria Corina Machado, an extraordinary person, and who has laid it all on the line, who's shown extraordinary courage, who has risked her life over and over again on a daily basis for her country, for the freedom of her people. And so a lot of people talk about that, but not too many people really, have to face, dire consequences of putting where their money where their mouth is, and putting their actions where their mouth is. And nobody has done it more than Maria Corina Machado. She is the undisputed leader of Venezuela. Polls have shown that if there were an election held today, she would be the clear-cut winner to these elections. And so it's our privilege to have her here, privilege to listen to her. Want to thank President Trump and the armed forces of the United States for their actions in getting us to this point. There's still a lot of more work to be done. This is not going to be an easy task, but it's a task that must be accomplished. We must get this done. We must have a free, a democratic Venezuela, because this hemisphere needs to be the hemisphere of freedom and democracy. Why? Because freedom and democracy is the clearest path to peace in our hemisphere. And so, we hope that this is the beginning of democracy and freedom in this hemisphere. It starts with Venezuela. We hope, we know it will not end with Venezuela, but Venezuela is the place we have to start. And because we have to start with Venezuela, and we are starting with Venezuela, it's just, it's really, it's great to have a leader like Maria Corina Machado. If you listen to her story of how she went to Oslo, how she got there, and the personal injury that you suffered, and the sacrifices she made to get there, you'll understand what kind of a person we're talking about here. And so, again, you have my full support. I know that you have my colleagues' full support, and unfortunately, Maria Salazar could not be here. There was something wrong with her plane, but she would have been here too, and she would have also, echoed our support for you, and for the Venezuelan people, and for the cause of liberty and freedom and democracy in Venezuela. A couple of words in Spanish. Para mí es un orgullo estar en su presencia. Es una persona extraordinaria. En la historia no hay muchas personas como usted, que ha sacrificado todo para la causa de la libertad de su pueblo, de Venezuela. Pero también la causa de la libertad y democracia ha demostrado que es algo que se debe luchar y es importante para los ciudadanos de Venezuela. Y por eso estoy declarando que siempre va a tener mi apoyo. Yo estoy seguro que si mañana tuviéramos una elección en Venezuela, usted va a ser la presidenta de Venezuela. Todas las encuestas lo notan. Y es porque el amor que tiene el pueblo venezolano para usted. Porque ha demostrado con sus acciones, no solamente las palabras, pero con sus acciones, que usted es una persona extraordinaria y está luchando, y el amor que usted tiene por el pueblo venezolano. Y espero que muy pronto vamos a tener una Venezuela libre y democrática, porque la paz, el mejor paso para llegar a la paz es la democracia y la libertad. Y por eso también nosotros estamos dedicados a este hemisferio. Este hemisferio debe ser el hemisferio de la democracia y la libertad, para tener paz en nuestro hemisferio. Y por eso yo soy, aunque soy cubano, nací en Cuba, yo soy representante de los Estados Unidos. Y el deber mío es la protección de los Estados Unidos. Y por eso estamos luchando por la democracia y la libertad, porque en esa manera podemos mantener la seguridad de los Estados Unidos. Y ya con eso termino y ahora quiero presentar a lo que yo sé va a ser la próxima legítima presidente de la nación de Venezuela, mi amiga, nuestra amiga, María Corina Machado.
Muchísimas gracias, Carlos. Muchísimas gracias. Mario. Thank you so much. It's a huge honor to be here on behalf of the Venezuelan people and also our president-elect, Edmundo González Urrutia, to tell you first and foremost that Venezuela will be free. And once we liberate Venezuela, we will keep working and we will have a free Cuba and a free Nicaragua. And as you were saying, for the first time in history, we have the Americas free of communism, of dictatorship and narco-terrorism. This is a historic moment. And we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for, yes, the commitment, resilience, generosity and courage of the Venezuelan people, but also because we have counted with the support, vision, and courage of incredible leaders, such as the President of the United States, Donald Trump, and members of this Honorable Congress. Our friends, Mario Díaz-Balart, Carlos Jiménez, and María Elvira Salazar, trusted the Venezuelan people from day one. When many thought our struggle was impossible, when many thought it was impossible to defeat this narco-terrorist regime, when many told us to give up, you trusted the Venezuelan people for the right reasons, because freedom always prevails. Ours is an existential fight for life. It's an ethical fight for the truth, and it's a spiritual fight for good. And that's why we will prevail. So I want to thank the American people most of all. We're here in the House of the People. It's such an honor to be in this institution. We share the principles, the values that build this nation that are the same that our founding fathers believed and defended in Venezuela, and those that will turn our country into the strongest ally the United States have ever had in the region. And once we do that, once we achieve a democratic and free Venezuela, we will see millions of our children coming back home. And that's our goal. That's the force that moves us. It's the force of love, which is the most powerful possible. So thank you very much. I am very grateful. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for true believers in freedom and democracy. And once again, thank you to the American people, to the American government, and to the American Congress. Thank you. En español. Para nosotros es un honor estar aquí y poder compartir en esta casa, que es la Casa del Pueblo de los Estados Unidos, un momento histórico. Y les vengo a decir que Venezuela será libre, y será gracias al pueblo de Venezuela, su coraje, su resiliencia, su organización, su profundo amor por la libertad y por nuestra tierra, y también por la visión, el apoyo decidido de líderes que han visto esta única posibilidad en este momento de transformar a las Américas en un territorio de democracia y libertad. Mi profundo agradecimiento en nombre del pueblo de Venezuela y de nuestro presidente electo, Edmundo González Urrutia, al presidente Donald Trump, a su gobierno, al secretario de Estado, Marco Rubio, y por supuesto al Congreso de los Estados Unidos, representados en muchos senadores y representantes que han acompañado nuestra causa, y muy especialmente a nuestros tres grandes amigos, Carlos Jiménez, Mario Díaz-Balart y María Elvira Salazar, que está no físicamente pero espiritualmente con nosotros aquí hoy, y que desde el primer día y hasta el final han confiado en el pueblo de Venezuela. Yo soy una más de un movimiento enorme, inédito, que ha despertado y unido un país y que está decidido a que Venezuela sea libre. Como les decía, transformarlo en el principal aliado que ha tenido los Estados Unidos en la historia, en este hemisferio, para que nuestros hijos puedan regresar a casa. Así que gracias a todos y no sé si habrá alguna pregunta.
We'll take some questions. We'll take.
¿Qué le aconsejaría al presidente Trump hacer con el remanente del cartel que queda dentro de Venezuela? ¿Cuál sería su sugerencia?
En la administración, el presidente y el secretario de Estado han estado muy claros que hay un proceso de transición. Y eso requiere un número de distintas cosas, la liberación de todos los presos políticos sin excepción. Y comenzar ese proceso, pero que esté muy claro. Esto es un proceso de transición. Ese proceso nosotros queremos que sea lo más corto posible, pero de nuevo garantizando, ¿no?, que ese proceso avance. Ahora, que esté claro, el futuro de Venezuela no puede ser con el régimen, con ese narcocartel en control. El primer paso, yo creo que el paso muy importante se ha tomado, pero ahora en este proceso de transición que esté muy claro, nosotros estamos convencidos de que esa transición ya está en camino, pero tiene que culminar con después todos los pasos con una elección libre, supervisada. Ese narcocartel, y el presidente ha estado muy claro, que ese narcocartel no puede estar, que se ha apoderado utilizando la fuerza, el terror, ¿no?, de un gran país, no puede estar en control de ese país. Ahora hay un proceso de transición y nosotros estamos convencidos, ¿por qué? Que cuando haya ese proceso de transición y hay una posibilidad que tiene que venir, y no en años, tiene que venir lo antes posible, que cuando el pueblo pueda elegir a su próximo presidente legítimo, sabemos quién va a ser. ¿Por qué? Porque ya ese pueblo venezolano ha votado, ha salido de las urnas a pesar del peligro de las balas y el temor, etcétera, y ha votado a favor de los que quiere. Nosotros sabemos que la próxima presidenta legítima va a ser María Corina. Lo importante, repito, es que ese cartel no puede seguir en control de ese gran país, pero esto requiere un proceso de transición y lo importante es que sea lo más rápido posible, pero tiene que haber, la meta es la libertad plena y absoluta del pueblo de Venezuela y eso no puede ocurrir mientras estén los narcoterroristas en control.
María Corina dijo que es maravillosa, lo dijo en su balance del año que dijo que es maravillosa y que quiere que se involucre usted directamente en la transición. ¿Qué tiene que decirle al presidente Trump que le dedicó esas palabras?
Bueno, en primer lugar, yo agradezco enormemente al presidente Trump y a su administración porque, como decía Mario, se ha dado un paso histórico. El 3 de enero comenzó un proceso de desmontaje de una estructura criminal que no solamente le ha cobrado miles y miles y miles de vidas de venezolanos, sino también de ciudadanos norteamericanos y de otros países, estadounidenses y de otros países. Por lo tanto, esto es un proceso que está en marcha para salvar vidas en Venezuela, en Latinoamérica y en los Estados Unidos. Quiero repetir un punto que decía Mario. El cartel no es estabilizable, jamás será normalizable, porque lo esencial es la gente, la prioridad es la gente y el bienestar de los ciudadanos de los Estados Unidos y de los venezolanos es lo que le preocupa al presidente Trump y de eso se trata. ¿Cómo podemos darle la prioridad a atender a nuestra gente que tanto sufre? Los presos políticos que al excarcelarlos no están liberados, y quiero insistir en este punto. En Venezuela te pueden sacar de la cárcel y no eres libre, torturados, perseguidos, que todos los que han tenido que verse obligados, forzados a dejar su país puedan regresar para construir una gran nación. Porque, además quiero insistir en esto, lo decían los dos representantes, no hay transición con represión. No puede haber transición con represión. Lo primero es desmontar un aparato represivo que al final es lo único que le queda a la señora Delcy Rodríguez y al régimen. En ellos que se aguantan. Entonces, este es un momento donde hay que mirar hacia adelante. Se ha dado un paso histórico. El jefe de este cartel está enfrentando la justicia de los Estados Unidos. Se le ha enviado una señal inequívoca, no solamente al régimen venezolano, sino al mundo entero, a los criminales del mundo, y también un mensaje a los venezolanos. Y quiero decirles algo, no sé si ustedes están al tanto, pero esta mañana ha tenido lugar una movilización única en el centro de Venezuela, a pesar de toda la represión, en el centro de Caracas. Al Ministerio Público se han movilizado cientos de ciudadanos a exigir la libertad de los presos políticos. Esto era impensable antes del 3 de enero. Hay un país que sabe que no está solo, que contamos con ustedes y que los venezolanos le decimos al mundo pueden contar con nosotros también.
Okay. We have, hold on, one more question, okay, because Maria Corina has to go, okay? South Florida question, back there, go ahead.
Esa es la manera de conseguirlo.
Go ahead. South Florida question. En español, okay.
Have you tried to advocate with lawmakers here on the Hill regarding the immigration status of Venezuelans who are here in the United States? And also, do you have any plans to meet with the Venezuelan diaspora in South Florida?
Okay, that's for you. No, that's for her.
What is your message to the Venezuelans who TPS expired just under a year ago? Where do they go from here? Is it safe for them to return out to the
Yes. Well, thank you very much. I will say it in English and Spanish. Yes, I hope to meet with the Venezuelan diaspora in several parts of the United States and the world, but my main objective is to return to Venezuela as soon as possible. I had a mission that I have to accomplish. That's why I decided to get out of my country with all the implications it had, but I'm looking forward to go back as soon as possible. And it's not only about concerning about and worrying about the situation of the Venezuelans abroad, but Salazar is not here today physically with us, but she's working on La Ley Dignidad that would give protection to Venezuelans and other people from other nationalities until they can come back home. Because our objective, and I want to insist on this, is we want the Venezuelan people that were forced to leave to come back home. And that's going to happen once we have democracy in Venezuela. Millions will come back home. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Let me just say hello to her.
Thank you all.
Distinguido.
this neighborhood, just to like maybe what 2 hours. So.
How long have you been a part of ICE?
Almost 2 years.
2 years?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Have a great day.
Go home your mom! Go home your mom!
Good job, everybody.
Yeah, I know.
I only know like, no, we're not seeing that.
No, I meant more like ready to go home.
Coming through.
Heads up.
Could have just made a stab in the corner instead of talking. Oh, okay. We're just, my sister called me and she's just a little concerned that my mother might see me on the news today. She doesn't like that because she unfortunately has like seen and she gets really, fuck you! It says chaos from all sides. What is real?
Situation in St. Paul.
Hace rato,
Espera que no encuentro.
El Emilio está muy nervioso. Pero antes me va a quedar.
No suena eso.
Pues parado y ha vengut un mosso.
Quino, parada, venga, fuera.
Mira, aquí sí le gusta dir. I jo? Ahí donde están.
Mira que yo soy como
Sí, és que tampoc estic...
M'he baixat normal, en plan...
Però una cosa, i si ho fem des de dins es veu?
No. I si baixem el BOD...
Són a l'estació de tren de Gelida, hi ha Però què vol dir que hi ha un pont?
Està per aquí.
No, perquè és impossible.
Hi ha un pont que passa per sobre el riu. Hi ha un pont que passa per sobre el riu.
És el que volia mirar
Si
jo.
passa el tren podem passar nosaltres si anem per les vies.
Joan, jo
Si
saltaria.
passa un tren passem nosaltres.
No, digo, així, besar. No, vaya, se salta. Bueno, algú ve.
Tu vens? Sí. Però per on? La Lorena ha anat per aquí i diu que és impossible. Vamos a probarlo igualmente. Sí. Okay. Just to let you know, se va per la mega.
That's the only thing we can see. We are here in the middle of nowhere. It's pitch dark, and you can only see that from a kind of bridge far away, for like, let's say, almost a kilometer from the actual person. Okay. That's all. No, that's the only single thing. There are several media outlets here, and it's the only shop. I mean, you cannot get anything than that shop. Yeah. No, that's the maximum, and we have to give it. Just to tell me, this is complete pitch dark, and there's a light at the very end, and that light, when you go, full throttle with the zoom and the beats, at peak, you can get that. That's it. No, that's all. Yes, Joan.
He's okay.
Què? No, han dit un moment que vegin a la via.
Sorry.
La via, aquí vaig.
Say it again.
Bueno, jo
Mira,
provaré.
hi ha algú que està baixant, mira.
Espera, anem a parlar amb els veïns, aviam per on...
Aquí no està baixant, però és que aquí hi ha un talús. Es fotrà una hòstia que no el trobaran.
Hi ha un camí que baixa enllà.
Perquè és un... Escolta, potser tindrem que fer un
fotògraf.
Què tal? Que és un fotògraf.
Hola, Chento.
This doesn't look like a very big thing.
Que què? No t'he sentit. Que li digui què? Que pongo una foto aquí i... Diu que se t'ha pensat la trasladriz?
No, he sacado todo, ahora voy, camioneta en live.
¿Es el realizador aquí del 324?
No sé. Alguien ha intentado ir a otro sitio.
Sí, están bajando por aquí para ir por aquí, 324 y por la Marina. La Marina sí, que vuelo. No, pero están en un especial. ¿Aparte un especial? Sí.
Vaya bonita esta, ¿eh?
Yo estaba en la sala.
Yo estaba
Mira, es más, que tengo...
Sí, pero estos juntos porque la enganchan primero no van a hacer
No, porque Marco se me ha costado más tarde hoy y lo tuve en Alemania. Yo a tener...
Eso me ha sabido de un minuto.
Yo no me entero.
Sí, ja està, vale, mira,
És que no sento bé, aquí jo no sé.
Marc, vaig cap allà, vale?
Baixes cap baix?
Bueno, no sé.
Sí, que t'has quedat allà. Bueno, i el plan no és sempre el mateix, per això. Vale. Vale, gracias. A poner una rueda de conexión.
No, because they're keeping us far from the actual cross side. Yeah.
Which is in the middle of nowhere, I mean, it's in the middle of these, Catalan mountains, not much. Okay?
Y
¿Aquí? Anaí viene mañana.
está en Córdoba.
No, o sea, está aquí, pero yo hago ahora y ella sigue por la mañana. Porque yo por la mañana no podía ir.
Vale, vale.
Quan vulgueu. Tío, ¿qué es esto?
Mira, torna a connectar, Enric. Que ara tornaran a connectar y ahora mencionaré el teu nom. Y el
de
teu
abajo o
cognom.
de arriba?
El de abajo. Pero yo no lo identifico, o sea que yo lo veo en mi pantallita y no.
Bueno, ja ho... Bueno, això s'ha desmuntat i ara no s'ha pogut gravar. Llavors començo.
Però què és aquesta gent?
No. Sí, yo desde aquí veo el muro, o sea, desde aquí veo el muro, bueno, eso es.
Sí.
Sí, yo de aquí lo veo muy lejos, con la óptica mejor que con la vista, pero...
Sí, esto es muy
voy a intentar
¿Qué representa que sea como un altre zoom?
Sí, es como un duplicador. Un duplicador, pero en lloc de ser òptica no.
Ya.
Vale. Esto es un modelo.
Ok. Ahí tienes un paraguas, hermano.
Ah, vale. Bueno,
todo esto pinta,
Hola.
por lo que hablé
Hola,
con
hola.
la de Londres,
hola.
que vamos a estar, yo calculo que unas 2-3 horas,
Sí.
yo no estoy haciendo demasiado puntos para ir al otro sitio porque se los están llevando casi
Vale.
todos a los
Molt bé.
hospitales.
Entonces, hacemos turno.
Puedes cancelar a... Esto vamos a hacer 2-3 horas.
Yo espero estar en esta.
¿Qué esperas qué?
Que yo espero estar en esta también. Es que no se ve nada, tío. ¿Tú ves algo? Ah, bueno, tú ves más.
¿Y tú por qué no ves? Pero tú tienes en el pictito.
Sí.
Sí, vale. Que no sabes quién soy.
No, recién ahora.
Es un boludo.
Porque es que van a fallar.
Es increíble.
Que poden ser que siempre es una altra qüestió de la reunió
Volvemos locos.
En hospitales, parece.
Bueno, porque a lo mejor es el...
Pero bueno, ¿cuándo va el tren?
Del que yo no voy ahí, o qué sé yo. Sí. Yo preguntar que no... Sí, a ver.
¿Esos son operaris o...?
Sí,
En algún momento puedes hacer un panel para que me pidieron
No, és allà davant ja.
era algo diferente que transformar, aunque sea de para ponerlo juntos.
Bueno, estaven ja bastant brillant,
Pero cuando movamos de la sombra a la luz, mira, tenemos
Hablo plano, yo me veo todo noche. Está bien, ¿no?
Tenir cada vegada hi ha menys moviment. Però hi ha menys moviment,
Sí, clar.
Sí, els veiem. Ara estan creuant com per aquí sota el fons.
Chavista ya estaba haciendo música por aquí. Pero pares y mujeres mozos que digo en continuar.
Els no dic que parlàvem
Están como si hubieras estado y de repente te has sacado y me acuerdo yo tengo una voz para él són aquests dos que és una noia i una que venien a saber
Però que eren com darrere.
sí, quan desaparten el cotxe venien a saber aquí i el xico no parlaria no parlaria no és operativa
Entrando tú, estás hablando de la buena imagen. Sí, el que habla va a caminar y tras tres.
Des del pont. No deixen. Allà, les fotos que dejo, les fotos del Borja perquè tornaran al pati. No, o sigui, nosaltres estem en un lloc i hi ha uns que han baixat caminant fins a la via i estan anant cap allà, cap a la via. Però... bueno, és que no crec que aquí, no? I s'ha d'estar aquesta fotografia, perquè és que te les jugues massa. Jo crec que sí. Bueno, des de molt lluny, què porta 500? No sé, és que...
¿Es la Yuca que o es la Lorena?
Doncs amb el 500 amb dupli i fas. Té això, perquè estem just a sobre del pont, no el de l'autopista, un altre pont que hi ha. Saps? De cotxes. I això és el que estem fent.
Porta un merder d'oriols.
No, que a més del pont de l'autopista, més que van tirant cap a Tarragona, hi ha un pont de cotxes.
Ara voy a ver cómo...
Sí, estic pont també per...
Ah, jo sí que el noi del pont de Déu s'ha intentat tenir una càmera
Sí, però per l'altra banda sí que es pot arribar.
Com m'has dit que era el Zoom aquest? Un duplicador electrònic, però m'ho mira... Sí, m'està mirant la meva càmera, però... vale.
El periodió no.
Sí?
Bueno, l'Alberto sí, jo des d'aquí...
Ells ara jo estic al costat d'una càmera d'ells, llavors hi ha el pont de l'AP7, però que allà no et deixen parar, perquè és una l'AP7, diríem, que passa per sobre. Llavors, però què han fet? Com una imatge ràpida o s'han parat? Sí? Pues que no sigui que anaven... que no sigui un canvi ni l'altre que s'està O sigui, vale, ara us ho pregunto. El que hi ha més a prop d'allà és el pont de l'AP7, diríem. Jo veig ara vaig passar camions i tal. Però clar, ja no et pots parar, perquè hem vist. L'altre és que vagi amb el 0, amb el 1 i intentem... No sé, des d'aquí no... És un plano fixe, però és que no puc res. No puc res. Ja ho contaré. Sí, que hi ha uns punts. N'hi ha uns
Doncs estic veient segurament la imatge que els està oferint el nostre càmera, l'Enric Miró, des d'aquí, que està esprement tots els recursos que té per apropar-se al màxim. I realment l'efecte és força significatiu perquè des de la distància on som, estem a ben bé 500 metres del lloc de l'accident i sembla molt més a prop que amb aquesta imatge que els estem brindant. L'última hora és que hem pogut veure, caminant per la via procedents de l'estació de Gelida, un reforç d'operaris de DIF, que sembla ser que per la dificultat d'accés, perquè a més és això enmig del no-res, el tram entre Gelida i Sant Sadurní on ha succeït aquest accident, doncs estan venint reforços caminant per la via amb unes llanternes enormes, entenem que per donar un dia a aquestes tasques. Eren persones relacionades amb el subministrament i la infraestructura que gestiona ADIF. En qualsevol cas, aquí en el punt en el que som és al terme municipal de Gelida, entre el barri del Puig i el barri de Martorell. I com deia el company, aquí també la pluja cada cop és més significativa i sembla ser que la nit serà molt llarga per aquests operaris que estan treballant per mirar de treure aquest vagó que pel que podem veure és, des d'aquí, al nostre punt de vista, una autèntica bola de ferralla. Ja t'he dit, Enric Miró, que es veu així. Sí, el cable. En principi, sí, però és que no hi he pensat, no estic acostumat a connectar fent menció de la quarta paret, trencar la quarta paret. El tràfic telefònic.
Podria anar venint un ple.
Aquí vemos la autopista.
Diu que ara, en principi, acaba el programa. Jo crec que amb això nosaltres ja estaria, no?
Sí.
És que aquí ara... Oye, muy bien.
No, falla del motor.
En principi, el 24 es queda nu. Ara tanquen. No sé, a veure què diuen. No, i hi ha algo de...
No, és com diu ara, em deia la participació que tenen uns plans especials, que és d'un pont que treuen ferits.
Carme.
I dic, només que ser d'allà.
Sí, comença a ploure una miqueta. Sí, el tinc al cotxe, ara vaig a buscar-lo. És que és un xirimiri aquests que no te n'adones i de cop i volta et va calant.
Ja, no, que no deu anar amb el cotxe per allà.
Sí, al punt de vista. Ara estem envoltats de mitjans, Hem aixecat la llebre, ara ha vingut aquí tot quisqui, però bueno. La Macias ja m'ha demanat la ubicació per demà al matí, als matins. La Macias, la Cristina Macias. Llavors, nosaltres en principi... Val, ens mantenim aquí nosaltres, ara que estan com acomiadant el programa.
Igual separat amb el voral.
Sí.
La moto i d'allà fem la grua i
Vale. Passo la ubicació, doncs. Vinga, fins ara. Adéu.
El que pasa es que vas a
el company d'este no, de també, el d'allà, sí. Ha fet vídeo i tot, vale, perquè és que no diu ella, i nosaltres no hem anat, ha fet vídeo i veiem com creiem el ferit. No ho sé, a veure, foto i vídeo. Sí.
Doncs deu ser això. Sí. No, perquè em deia raro, perquè són dos planos.
No,
no hi ha més.
Realmente la cámara no la podemos hacer.
Y ahora aquí ya me activada.
Máximo duplicado. No se puede hacer nada. ¿Ya ves? Sí, me quiero flipar, ¿eh?
Sí, acaban de entrar 4 personas, pero...
Yo lo he metido, pero todo lo que tengo...
Sí, han entrado ara uns nois per aquí. Però vamos, jo no sé si van enlloc. Venien caminant d'allà i han entrat cap allà.
¿Pot arribar? No, aquests venien, mira, aquests devien ser de Renfe. Aviv o de que sigui.
He vist tres xavals d'allà i han fet així i han anat caminant cap allà.
Cap allà per dalt?
Sí, per dalt.
Però no ha dit els veïns no pot arribar.
Hola.
Porque no querías un zoom.
Sí, estem per aquí.
Diferente, un momento.
Hola.
Pero
Estic aquí.
¿o no? A la cámara.
Hola,
Tapando,
em sents?
Pero no tienes que ir aquí de la cámara.
Sí, jo estic operatiu. L'únic que jo no puc aparèixer en imatge perquè estem molt lluny. És un plano fix.
Sí.
I dale. A veure, que no puc sortir en càmera perquè la càmera està tirant de zoom i no, estem en un pont. No... Pues jo t'estic parlant tota l'estona i he entrat allà al Mestres 24 i he entrat bé. Hola, som aquí a Gelida, entre els barris del Puig i el barri de Martivell, a sobre del pont. Em sents?
No et sents?
No sé. Vale. Però fins ara entraven bé, no sé quin problema hi ha. Nosaltres no hem tocat res.
Això és un problema d'assignacions d'allà.
Sí, jo crec que és un tema de monitoratge d'aquí vostre a la regi,
I a mi em parla una noia, jo no sé què és. Ara es deu tenir tot, tio.
Vamos a taparlo con el paraguas.
Los carros, ¿eh?
Sí.
Yo no lo he comprado. No,
traen una mejor bolsa, ¿verdad?
Oye, ¿esa carretera dónde están los coches?
Está cerrado.
Pues está lleno de coches.
Pero está bloqueada por la policía. Eso es a ver,
No, és el xirimiri aquest que va calant.
Me das la llave, sí. No,
Jo tinc unes claus.
ciérralo.
Claus tinc jo, no?
Les tens tu, sí.
Me posaré algo damunt.
Como para venir con una de DJ o un 50.
Sí, pero digo de...
Yo igual tengo otro paraguas, si queréis.
línea que está. Igual mañana van a abrir la carretera o de día igual encuentras un paso por aquí, tío. ¿El qué? Que de día igual encuentras un paso por aquí, puedes sacar más planos o te dejan entrar a ver si te en Córdoba. Esto es un Fiat 500. No sé, tío, igual puedes venir con la sonda, ya sabes.
Vengo aquí caminando. La producció no grava posés en plano.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Vale, Nico, soc tenint el plano aquest, Ja està, d'acord? I aquí, si vol parlar, jo no tinc la bona. No sé si podeu parlar, no? Però la bona està connectat amb el micro. Sí, sí, us escolto. Escolto el programa, també. No, us heu trepitjat, no t'he sentit, Quico. Vale, vale.
Las mismas, pero
Val. Vale, vale. Y ojo, no te sorprenda que Brasil lo hayan mandado a Córdoba y esto. En un sentido. Sí, igual que sí, están pasando por tiene que ser a Doncs des d'aquí, des del punt de vista que estem en un pont entre l'urbanització del Puig i l'organització de Martorell, a 500 metres de l'accident. Podem veure ara que hi ha una desena d'operaris tècnics de serveis d'emergències treballant fa cosa bona, el doble o el triple pel estat de vida que segurament deuen estar treballant en les zones d'organització de l'accident, perquè ara mateix els podem oferir en pantalla. El que sí és veritat que fa qüestió de 10 minuts hem vist caminant per la via procedents de l'estació de Gelida en direcció cap a Gelida, que va ser el punt de l'accident, doncs un parell d'operaris que venien a reforçar aquestes feines, aquestes tasques que s'estan executant des que s'ha produït l'accident. Se cae antes o después y lo ven, frenan, no sé qué. No, que se quede encima. ¿En serio? Debe ser por la vibración. Pero bueno, sí.
Ara, quan ens han donat pas també ens han dit els noms de tots els Aquí ya en los 20 segundos venía el audio. Hay últimos 6 meses, no sé cuánto, porque quieres que te lo enseñé, ponían no sé qué, circular precaución en por los desvíos, por las vías en mal estado, circulación a precaución, en plan 5 6.
Sí, te veré.
Un mes a prova sense estudiar.
Després, quan ha dit
es como, por ejemplo, el fracking en ese caso es un momento porque es un término muy fuerte, súper amplio. Toca aeropuertos, toca puertos, industriales, que la roca es un solo del mío, pero que tiene un término
Sí, però mira com quedi enfocat.
que es muy grande.
Clar, i dius, a mi no em surt això.
Esto es de vergüenza.
No,
Pues yo salgo de mi pueblo, yo pongo un pie fuera de mi pueblo y el término que es de
hecho fotógrafos en Valleses, donde está cuando por cierto que constaba que estaba medio pegando el año, sí, pero eso es la
Y ahí en Canadá,
Ara us ho preguntarem.
Aquests deuen ser famosos.
Sí, per això.
No,
¿Tú qué dirías que es lo de ¿no? Famosos.
Yo diría que es policía.
¿Cómo lo sabes, tío? Es que no sé.
Acá no, esto es Adif probablemente.
Lo sabemos seguro.
Vale, a saber quién
Bueno,
es.
No. El duplicado electrónico.
Mira, en la localización pone Adif.
Al voltant d'allò no sé
Son para grabar como no.
Otra vanita aquí. Necesito una escometa. Hay que hacer un momento de una seguro que no deberías ir con muy por la vida de
una cuarentena de pasajeros. ¿Tú qué dices?
¿Tú has arreglado la familia o no? ¿Has arreglado la familia? ¿Y se has arreglado la familia?
Sí, bueno. Si tenéis un par de Claro.
Chocó con la persecución.
Sí, un cambiar el móvil para no estar sense bateria.
Es el
maquinista,
¿no?
¿no?
Que la vanguardia
¿Pero de qué hora es la conversación?
a las 00:41, hace 4 minutos. Una persona dividida a otras 37. Dice, todas...
Altres auriculars? Ah, mira, aquí. Vols? Sí, perquè tinc els meus. Però m'ha ficat sense bateria.
5 de la vez están siendo atendidos en una masiva particular convertida en hospitales de campaña. Mira, sí, hemos quedado 3 aquí.
Ojo, se han tirado de algo. ¿Hay alguien? De que va a haber país. Sí, se n'ha buscat algo per tapar això, no?
Sí?
Vaig a buscar alguna cosa perquè això es mullarà al final.
Sí.
No ho carregarà.
Ahí va. El chorro.
Eso es de ahí arriba.
Sí.
La verdad, tío, que si yo fuera fotógrafo, es que la foto esta de noche tiene un recorrido muy cortito, porque tengo la introducción y ya está. Y ya.
Pero aquí siempre.
Sí, sí, pero digo, si fuera fácil todavía, porque se meten por ahí, tardan una hora en llegar.
Pero bueno, porque quieren llegar.
Pero esta es mala la foto. Con 1500 vienes a vivir el carnaval. Esta foto te soluciona bien la foto. No sé si me guiaría muchísimo.
Si te das cuenta, los que más pagan son los científicos.
Bueno, ya también se juega más.
De aventura. Y tú ya has vuelto de tus vacaciones, ¿no?
Afirmativo. Afirmativo. Hola.
Con toda la parte de protestado a las hermanas.
Sí, el que dedueixo que hi ha com un retard important. No voy a poder... Porque mi pareja no... Hi ha un delay. Tinc el teu mòbil, Enric? Vols que t'il·lumini? Sí, no. Però posarem això dins.
Este és el teu? No, aquest és el meu.
La resta de la foto, Lorena, Marcasset, són han marxat?
Sí. No sé on, però...
Crec que anaven per dalt. Viable, per dalt?
Inviable.
No, viable.
Ah, viable. I has baixat, a veure?
Sí.
Ah, vale. Bueno.
Viable,
I creuar-ho? A l'altra banda...
No, perquè a l'altra banda has de creuar...
pluja, si vols.
6 carrils de la costa. I hi ha una patrulla de Mossos a dalt.
Tens, Enric?
Perquè si no fet es para.
Bueno, ara està tapat.
Tens falta?
Sí. Un poc de terra.
Ei, merci.
I si l'enganxem aquí al trípode, Enric? Amb el cinturonet aquell que té.
Ok.
Cuando estaban estos encuentros de tiempo que necesito esta vez él está así. Se siente menos solo, ¿no? Esto me olvida por él, ¿no? Sí. Bueno, totalmente de camino. ¿Sí? ¿100%? No, que estaba en el lo peor es que estaba en no,
ara des va venir venen a nosaltres. No, torna a connectar. Ara la
nosaltres estem en finestreta.
Sí, te lo digo, porque... me puedo explicar un poco mejor. Mejor.
Ya, yo me he animado porque estoy como aburrido, tío. Y mira que mañana tengo que
Ara hem fet un important,
Nos pueden dar un poco de
ya me comí la semana pasada la del Barça, ¿no?
¿Cuál?
La última, la
sí.
Y luego me comí también una manifestación por lo de Irán y Venezuela,
no, pues si quiero hacer cualquier cosa, no puedo.
Entonces, tío, ya había dejado pasar dos y estaba como rayado.
¿Qué?
Que como había dejado pasar dos de turno, ya estaba como rayado.
Pero, rayado, ¿por qué?
Psicológico.
Es que yo Bé, el que veiem ara mateix des d'aquí, com poden apreciar les imatges, som just al punt on ha succeït l'accident, hi ha un pont que travessa per la P7, hi ha una dotació de Mossos d'Esquadra que estaria doncs, una mica regulant, intentant evitar aquella temptació, aquell efecte tafaner d'algú que pugui passar per aquí a prop i aturar-se en plena autopista a simplement a fer un cop d'ull a veure què ha passat, o potser algun d'aquests mitjans de comunicació que ens han mogut fins aquí, d'aquí no ens han mogut, però hi ha hagut d'altres que s'han aventurat a baixar per aquests talussos plens de fangs per intentar aconseguir una millor imatge o bé que no s'intentin apropar en aquell punt. Per això hi ha aquesta dotació de Mossos d'Esquadra des d'allà. Des d'aquí, en qualsevol cas, poques novetats. Se continuen aquests treballs d'excarceració. Ara, des del nostre punt de vista, gairebé no podem veure operaris, deuen estar tots concentrats en una altra banda d'aquest tren.
Si yo paso justo delante, pero iba tan rápido con el coche, ¿sabes? Que no me he podido parar, ¿sabes? Iba enfilado al 5, ¿sabes? Por la autopista.
No, pero si esta tarjeta pequeña entra.
Si vas a salir.
Germán, dame. Que Joan ha ido y acaba de hacer tomate. Ahí dame la llave de
¿Ha ido cómo?
Están ahora bajando, hay varios ahí andando. O sea, tienen todos 20 años. Están bajando.
Podemos estar Luca y yo, pero con 40 días, que lo podría dejar para el jueves, tampoco no es un gran problema eso. Pero el jueves estoy solo, Pero...
Bé, estem subjectes a la il·luminació que tenen els operatius que estan treballant sobre el terreny.
Una contra que tenim
però sí que és veritat que fa una estona la il·luminació, almenys des d'aquest punt de vista, era bastant millor i hem pogut apreciar doncs, això, que el frontal del tren estava molt danyat, era com una bola de ferralla, es veia molt destrossat i del talús tampoc hem pogut acabar d'apreciar ben bé el que serien les restes, perquè estem ben bé a uns 500 metres. Clar, la imatge des d'aquí, tot i que sigui fosca, es veu propera perquè l'operador de càmera, l'Enric Miró, està tirant de zoom per apropar-se al màxim possible. De fet, jo diria que és dels millors punts de vista que es poden tenir d'aquest accident. Per això, després d'aquestes connexions que estem fent des de totes aquestes últimes hores, de mica en mica han anat venint un degoteig d'altres càmeres, d'altres mitjans. I com us dèiem, doncs sí, hi ha gent que s'està intentant aventurar per aconseguir obtenir una millor fotografia o un millor punt de vista, intentant apropar-se, però bé, és un punt arriscat per tot plegat, l'orografia que ens envolta i sobretot per la climatologia. Sí, és una pluja lleu, però constant, no s'atura. És d'aquells tipus de pluja doncs, que de mica en mica et va deixant completament xop. De fet, doncs, aquí amb les càmeres les estem protegint bonament amb tot el que podem, objectes de roba, peces, paraigües o tot el que tenim a mà per poder doncs, seguir brindant-vos aquesta imatge que, com dèiem, considerem, després d'haver donat diverses voltes, perquè totes aquestes organitzacions, Martivell i l'organització del Puig, doncs són organitzacions molt disseminades als afores de Gelida i que realment doncs, és difícil accedir a una zona concreta com aquesta, que queda en una zona de Gelida, però en una zona força deshabitada i força inaccessible. En qualsevol cas, aquí de moment puja aquesta imatge.
Ah, sí?
No ho sabia, però bueno, sempre està per la veu, no? Encara que sigui a última hora, ¿no? Que era profesional. Que el otro día
me está toda la nit. Voy a dejar una galpandre y bueno, la Mariana Comello. Aconsegueix sempre això o no? Sí, no? Complicat, no? Complicat. Estan aquí encara...
El Kirida.
Ya, pero aquí no tanto.
No
sé nada.
Acaban de decir que las precios dicen que hay que hacer.
Sí, Antón. Mira.
¿Me oyes? Vale, y luego pide que vengamos a preparar ahora el...
Usar la yunga verde y rojo,
Esto lo haría y está toda la zona. Sí, sí. La lupa, le calculamos ahora lo llamamos.
A mí me han dicho hasta el sábado al mediodía. Renato ya le ha dicho a Joan que me ha pasado 4 tomas de ahí al lado. No, tío. O sea, están bajando todos estos que tienen 22 años que hacen 5 saltos y están bajando en plan 4 o 5 juntos porque o sea, vas a ir ahí, solo que vas a un a terminar tirado ahí por 200 más. Pero no quiero abrir el ordenador ahora. No, el ordenador está. Sí, yo ya...
Pero ya iba al centro.
No. ¿Alguien sabe cómo irá el centro este?
Entonces, eso no que llamo
¿Eh?
Lupa que tiene señal de carrera.
Es verdad,
Sí, pero que digo que hay siempre un plano o algo. Sí. No, digo el centro ese de la... Ah, no lo sé.
No, a la tarde, Carlos Canelo.
Sí.
Està entrant mejor tota una tarea, Gràcies, Enric Miró.
Ara mira si hi ha allà. I està entrant algú aquí, És una cosa blanca, veus?
Ja només quedava el cos,
Mira, està entrant l'ara.
No se queda libre desde el Lupa, ¿sabes? Libre por lo que pueda pasar un poco. No sé,
Si els ferits estan tots evacuats, Si troben
algú... És que una cosa blanca?
És el cos.
Està entrant aquí, hambre.
Yo le llamo ahora, a ver si me queda el teléfono.
Sembla, no sé.
Com un sac,
Bueno, pues se estan preparant la bossa.
Sí, perquè s'ha com doblegat, no? Jo he vist...
Ho heu vist o no vosaltres? Tengo que empezar a hacer y se me olvida porque no estoy acostumbrado. ¿Veus? Pero yo, aquí, por favor, yo no. Mira, es que estos bosses blancos no se pagan algo,
Una noticia muy argentina. Se cansó del gas del vecino que pegó
Pregunto, yo sigo con él. Veuran una càmera. Sí, veuran una versión més gran, no?
No sé. Anselm, o algú de la Règia em sentiu? Soc l'Oriol Llach, des d'aquí Gelida.
Tengo una bossa com blanca.
Vale.
Més per aquí.
Vale.
No em senten. Hola, Sant Joan d'Espí, aquí Oriol Llach des de Gelida, em sentiu?
Vale. Sí. Sí, lo he visto. Ah, vale, vale. La has tropeado bastante, me imagino, ¿no? Todo el mundo. No, en la galería sí. Las intentaba cortar con la cámara y no sé dónde se me estaban guardando, que no te las podía enviar cortadas.
Hola, sí, et sento. Hola, hola. Hola, Kiko.
Guay, vale.
Hola, Kiko.
Vale, sí,
Vale.
¿A qué hora vengo hacia aquí? Por eso, ¿vengo hacia las 6, 7 o qué?
Ok, rebut. 5 minuts i tornem. Val.
Ja.
Però veieu, Kiko, veieu què estan fent? És que aquí no ho veiem bé des de la...
Sí. Vale.
Una bossa blanca. Sembla que hi ha com una bossa blanca. Si veieu la imatge que estem enviant, si sabeu dir-nos què estan fent, perquè des d'aquí ho veiem però no ho veiem molt bé.
Han pujat una llum ara, has vist? Una grua de bombers, m'imagino, no?
És com una bossa blanca, hi ha com una bossa blanca al terra.
Que es veu des d'aquí, i què? És la PC. No hi ha cap altra abans.
Però sembla una merdeta, eh?
Està enganxat.
No veu.
El túnel, passes al túnel, i veus la PC i ja està seca. I jo me'n vaig per tornar a Figueroa. És que si aguanto aquí... Perdona, Alex, otra cosa que queda pendiente es el panel, ¿vale? Que mañana no lo puedo hacer y mañana el jueves, ¿vale? El jueves estoy solo por eso.
Allò blanc?
¿Vale? Me quedan...
Sí, allò blanc, sabeu què és?
No.
És que és el que estàvem dient.
Pues hem fotut algú dins. Però és fora de la...
Vale.
Potser també s'ha posat més gent perquè no es vegi quan treuen el curs. Si és que...
No, és que es va fer una foto, eh?
Han arribat a baixar o no?
Jo crec que sí.
Estàs despert. Els Junqueras estàs tu. La planta 2 el fem nosaltres. Vale? Fas tu al Junqueras, a Tarragona i fas al Sanón. Vale? El Quique fa a primera hora lío de Renfe, li donem a Quique perquè li hem cancel·lat al Junqueras, li donem això per donar-li el canvi al Junqueras, ¿vale? Lío que ho hauries de fer tu, en realitat, saps, però per compensar-lo d'alguna manera, li donem el lío de Renfe que no hi ha servei de rodalies i jo torno a primera hora a fer el Quique. Vale? Jo me'n vaig a la gràcia.
Ei, haurem liat. Sí, dime.
Difícil en comparación lo que tú ofreces.
Ah, te he llamado yo, perdón. Pues bueno, te he llamado porque tengo el móvil en el bolsillo y he ido tocando cosas. Perdona.
Y el dama será complicado también. Porque está aquí
Sí, pero yo creo que era solo la bolsa y... no sé.
Estan il·luminant els fotògrafos.
Creo que ha habido un momento que la doblaban.
Sí, estan il·luminant cap als fotògrafos, sí.
Que hubiera un cuerpo. Entonces yo creo que era vacía y eso.
Y ahora van a Pernells, ¿eh?
No sé, pero bueno,
Van a
esperamos un rato a ver si sale algo. Parece que hay más gente.
No, pas que s'han fotut per aquí.
Però el dissabte no li podem confirmar encara. El truques tu, per això demana-li a tothom. I tu et quedes pendent també una mica...
Sí, seguro, eso seguro.
Sí.
Yo creo que sí.
Llavors, el Fanon, si comences molt d'hora, jo l'encarregaria també, li donaria tipus...
Venga, perfecto. Chao, chao.
Sí, fem marató. I llavors jo el quadern, demano que els quaderns i els faig i tots. Perquè amb la tanca i amb el lápiz. ¿Vale? Són els següents. Bueno, que vagi bé, sí, tu també. I perdona, per haver-te tocat ara.
Que ara m'està...
Vale. Vinga, que vagi bé. Que t'han pillat,
Sí, lo han pillado por esta mano por ellos.
Esteu parlant dels fotògrafs?
Sí. Hi ha un tío en unes internes, un parell de tios que van cap a direccions fotògrafs.
Por la misma altura. Estábamos nosotros antes, aunque bueno, sí, más bastante. Tú vas a terminar, ¿no? No me mira todavía. Y tendremos que estudiar
Estan traient algú, eh?
Però els meus no la treuen ara.
Todavía.
Torna cap aquí. No us deixaran...
No acabo de ver, ¿eh?
Han tirado algo, ¿no? Sí. Crec que vam parlar per les nada, allò com per la nada, sí, ahora no te cuento más atrás. Hemos bajado las vías también, hemos ido a la cerca de aquí, pero sin más ahí me tiro ahora. Gracias. ¿Es un dron eso?
Sí.
Es un ovni.
No, la peña...
Es con línea geminada, ovni.
La peña no s'achanta, sí, ese dron es un fotógrafo que es conocido.
Pero eso debe ser de la propia policía. No creo que sea invento. Bueno, pues si un dron sobre la AB7.
Pues si está en Chile, ¿no?
Mira, ¿ves que está viendo ahí los fotos?
No, yo creo que eso es la poli.
No, bajaron 4 o 5 fotos.
Sí, pero la luz que vemos es de la poli.
Entonces vamos a esperar a que se vaya a él. Tú, y lo único que te voy a pedir, a cambio de vídeo, cuando si llegas al lugar de la vía,
o sea, primero
que me envíes
un vídeo y mandárselo a ella.
És per barrar-los el pas, eh? Mira, sí, nos van a contrallum.
Sí, no. He visto a Dan que estaba dentro del coche y
Lo han vist. Hola, hola, Chento.
Bien, muy bien.
Vale, vale.
Muy bien, mucha nieve. ¿Quieres mucho?
Sí, nosotros
Carnachuy, ¿no?
sí, bueno, fuimos a un día pero los dos últimos hay como nubes, se nos ha venido un poquito esquiando y se ve todo blanco.
Sí. Pero la nieve estaba bien, está...
No, la nieve está bien. ¿Puedo llamar? Perdón. Vale. 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 Ok. Sí, estoy viendo.
Casi se entretiene.
Ya, es que ni idea, la verdad, no te sé decir. Yo, o sea, ¿tenéis más declaraciones que han hecho los bomberos antes? No, vale, es que han hablado un momento antes y por lo que yo había entendido todo el mundo, o sea, habían sacado todo lo que había, però igual han encontrado algo más.
Podem afegir, potser us queda una mica fora de la imatge, però estàvem bé perquè s'estaria produint a un centenar de metres més cap a la zona cap on estem nosaltres. Per què? Doncs perquè aquí de mica en mica el degoteig de mitjans de comunicació ha anat fent-se gran i hi ha hagut algun fotògraf o operador de càmera intrèpid que ha volgut aventurar-se a baixar fins a via, a la Canyell.
No hago más live, ¿no? No sé que pase algo del puesto de mando.
Finalment han arribat i han intentat apropar-se al màxim possible a l'accident, però de seguida...
Bueno, si quieres te hago, o sea, yo por mí, si prefieres te hago live, si lo queráis.
S'han apropat amb les seves llanternes per barrar-los al pas, bàsicament perquè... Sí, no es posin en risc i per intentar preservar aquesta intimitat d'aquests moments tan delicats que és el moment de l'aixecament del cos d'aquesta víctima. Pel que veiem, ara torna a haver...
Sí, bueno, si no ya te lo hago yo. Sí, a ver, yo no creo que no he puesto en
a la part davantera, que són 4 des d'un punt de vista que tenim més per aquí. Recordem que el tren anava en direcció cap a Barcelona, el tenim encara cap a nosaltres, aquí cap a la zona més transitori, i que, bé, en qualsevol cas, aquí aquestes feines continuen i això, els Mossos tallant o formant la petita zona que quedaria en el pont que passa per sobre de la P7 per intentar dissuadir qualsevol xarrador i estupidesa. Bé, això, d'altres mitjans de comunicació agafen mans i mànigues per intentar aconseguir aquesta llarga.
Bueno, ja he trucat perquè es trucava per avisar-los que hi ha algú amb la mesa
algú sap si han trobat... Perdó, algú sap si han trobat...
Ara que jo no cal, no era el maquinista.
Sí, però només era mort i ja l'han fet. Algú sap segur? Vale, sí. Ara mateix no.
No, però si podries enfocar una part.
És que no m'entrarà, o sigui, estic a tu, no estan
Sí, està més endavant. Veus on hi ha...
Endavant?
Sí. Per saber què està passant. Sí.
Digue'm tu.
Veus un punt aquí, que et marca en vermell, aquí a la pantalla? Et marca aquest punt en vermell. I està
És que...
Encara que estigui rebentada la imatge.
No, si és que no puc rebentar-la més, o sigui, això és el que hi ha. Sí que hi ha en uns peus, una llum, i està tornant. O sigui, està anant cap a l'accident.
Vale, espero que all right. And then maybe update you tomorrow, yeah? Yeah. I don't
No, I am not trying to manipulate you about leaving, but I don't see really the point of staying here.
No,
alone.
no me haga falta
I mean, it's just this very single shot, I mean, that's all
Okay.
you can do, and it's foggy and it's raining.
No parar, no?
Yeah.
Com t'ho has vist?
Okay, will do.
Vale, no te'n parat a tu? No, jo estic a dalt. No, però ha anat un poli cap al bloc que estava a baix.
Will do. Okay, all right.
Vale. Bé, fins ara.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Me ha encantado, ¿eh? I'm not trying to manipulate you.
Que han visto que la toma es muy buena y le pagan a cada uno 400 euros. No, que en 5 minutos bajemos a ir.
Nos vayamos a buscar el centro de donde están la finca. Sí, yo voy a
¿Sabes tú por dónde es?
Sí, yo. Yo tengo es las cavas, no sé qué movido.
Las cavas Turelió.
Las cavas Turelió.
Eso.
Están en el polideportivo de Sant Sadurní.
No, son dos cosas distintas.
El punt de comandament està ahí i el centre cívico de Casablanca.
Urbanització Casablanca, centre cívic.
Allà hi ha el punt d'atenció a la cívica.
Però tu creus que el millor lloc és aquest, no? Imatges.
Tío, vamos a lo de las viñas, que está más cerca, y de ahí al otro, ¿no?
De las vinyes
no queda revés.
No, les vinyes...
I el SAVE han enviat un quart equip
allà al de tot. O sigui, on està tallat
equip de nit,
no veus ni els llums.
Ambulància.
Però no hi ha un centre
punt de comandament.
Sí,
el SAVE l'han enviat al centre. El SAVE venia a la Torroella de Montgrí, de no sé on, que veia, no? L'han enviat al punt d'atenció a familiars dels víctimes. Aquí a Subirats.
No sé, tio, no sé nada.
La Carme diu que a la 1:30 al principi podríem plegar.
Però per què?
D'aquí 8 minuts. Hem buscar camins alternatius.
Però perquè està tallat per la polla,
si aquí és l'accident, on tinc la mà esquerra, hi ha un camí que puja i va parar a la carretera de dalt, que queda aquí, que està tallat fet aquest. Sí.
I no et deixen passar.
Estan tot de teles allà.
Què és això?
Urbanització Casablanca. Sí, no, però no és centre cívic Casablanca.
I les teles que estan a fora?
Estan a fora just on està tallat. I d'allà on està tallat, una mica més amunt, abans d'arribar al tall, és on hi ha el punt de comandament o punt de trànsit.
Casablanca tot junt o...
Entenc que tot junt.
Esta localització...
Bueno, no sé, tío.
Sí, no,
vamos a sacar, algo hay que grabar.
Pone 230 kilómetros.
Ahí sí, ahí es donde está el
un tele i un doble i encara ha sabut posar el duplicat digital. No sabia que aquesta el tenia. Sí,
Centre cívic.
què ho fas per menú?
Sí, no tens que entrar a la configuració del usuari, del número.
Sí, el menú no el trobes, Sí, són els botons configurables.
Claro, es que yo creo que lo que estaba
li pots assignar el botó
es la fecha. Es donde estaba el SEM atendiendo eso, estabas tú ahí. Es donde estaba el SEM atendiendo.
La urbanització Casablanca
la posa exterior. No, m'he fet el 5, perquè he vist que està lliure.
8 minutos en cotxe.
Entres dintre, el 5, cliques i llavors et surt el menú de les funcions que pots assignar a aquell botó.
Claro, pero es que este cruce es justo cruzando la vía.
No.
Sí, tío, si la vía es la
Tío, estamos aquí. No te enteras.
Ah, no,
pero va bien.
Claro, pero la
Bueno, va bien.
el accidente es aquí. Es aquí y esto está bien. Sí, esto tiene sentido.
Sí, pero es que... Sí,
Podemos bajar.
going to Davos. I believe it'll be very successful, the trip. The country's never done better. We have $18 trillion plus coming in. We've never had anything like it, and no country has had anything like it. Prices are way down. Gasoline now is $1.99 in a lot of places. And frankly, nobody's seen anything like this. So it's really good, but this will be an interesting trip. I have no idea what's going to happen, but you are well represented. Thank you very much.
How was the Erdogan call? How was the Erdogan call, sir? It's a very good call.
done better. We have $18 trillion plus coming in. We've never had anything like it, and no country has had anything like it. Prices are way down. Gasoline now is $1.99 in a lot of places, and frankly, nobody's seen anything like this. So it's really good, but this will be an interesting trip. I have no idea what's going to happen, but you are well represented. Thank you very much.
How was the Erdogan call? How was the Erdogan call, sir?
It was a very good call.
바람이 제일 심한 것 같아요.
못 나가지 않아? 이게 못 나가지 않아?
안녕하세요.
무대 아니면
오늘 촬영쇼
생각해요. 깔끔하게.
깔끔하게.
아 근데 나가는 것도 되시려고요?
아예 문제가 아니니까 생각을
제 거요? 1호시다? 제 건데 선배 그냥 서셔도 돼요. 그러면 저 여기 앉을 거예요.
마이크 테스트 해줄까?
네.
마이크 주면 내가. 존나 춥다 진짜.
아니
아.
말이 안 돼. 저기. 형님 저거는 프라이드 사다리?
너무 추워요. 아니, 혹시 몰라서 온 건데 저 사다리 안 쓸 거예요. 의지 선배 호수 이런 거.
아니 내가 형님
아.
내가 그 바로 옆이야.
자꾸 옆에
이게 마지막인가? 보내드리기 여기까지만 보내주면 끝인가? 추경호 나갔잖아.
아 맞네.
추경호 못 잡아는. 추경호는 못 잡아는. 일단 구성일까지 선택해.
아니 걔는 아직
시작도 안 했잖아.
아니 걔 기각되고
내가 테스트 해줄게.
그러니까 일단
우리 것도
얘만
5번.
넘어가면 끝인가?
추경호 그 국회 체포동의안 통과했어요. 아직 그것도 안 갔나?
추경호는 기각돼갖고
원수 들어와? 그러면 많이 남았네.
저번에 공판 준비되면 출석은 없어요.
네, 급이 좀 다르긴 해요. 여기
왜 같이 치운 데만 다니고 왜 같이 치운 데만 다니고
얘 보내고 나면
여기 질서유지 라인으로 들어와 주세요.
예.
어딘가 계신다고? 진짜?
그거 앉아야 된다.
저랑 의자 붙을게요.
왜?
나 저기 연락
아 그래? 아니 제가 그게 편해?
제가 거기 있으니까 들어줄게요. 같이 앉을까요?
난 상관없어. 난 상관없어.
와 아빠기 싫네.
이게 무슨 재주력 때문에
공부 안 하지 저. 얼마 어렸어요.
굳이 전쟁까지 갈 필요도 없습니다.
날씨에 구애받는 직업 가진 건 네가 공부를 안 한 것이다.
그러니까 원래 옛날부터 그랬어. 공부 안 하면 추운 날 추운 데서 일하고 더운 날 더운 데서 일하는데 공부 못하면 그런다고. 우리야 진짜.
왜 전생까지 가십니까?
아 진짜.
생각해보니까
현생이라 더라고.
생각해보니까 맞네. 진짜. 나 어렸을 때 공부 안 하면 추운 날 추운 데서 일하고 더운 날 더운 데서 일한다고 그랬는데.
얘 일찍 오더라.
아 그래요?
저번에 일찍 왔어. 아 그래요? 아 그래요? 일찍 왔어요. 난못 봤어.
오늘 제가 아까 제가 이쪽
자, 이제 라인 안으로 들어가주세요, 이제.
혹시 오늘 저한테 말씀 안 해주신 분 계시나요? 이름 확인 안 되신 분 계시나요?
아직 마이크 안 모으나?
네. 다시 한 번. 아까 확인하셨나요?
저도
이게 안 돼. 일단 먼저 좀 이야기 계십니다.
그러니까 따뜻하네.
또 확인하는데
이게 어떻게 위험한 건데 난가요?
아니 난간 올라가서 말하죠.
네. 저기 말할게요, 저희가. 난간 올라가지 않으면 왜 이렇게 위험한 거?
저한테 말씀 안 해주신 분들은 촬영 안 되시니까
봤으니까 저 이쪽으로 가시든지 아니면 저 오른쪽으로 가시든지 그냥 안전하게.
너무 끝인데?
무기 좀 안 쓸게요.
라인 나오시면 라인 감안해서 더 넣을 거예요, 이제.
다른 직원분한테 말씀하셨죠? 확인하시죠?
마이크 테스트. 가방 없을 거예요? 여기 촬영.
아까 그거 말한 대로 그거는 걱정이 눈을 가릴 수가 있구나. 파일 6개가 넘어가면은 우리 팀은 다 나와서 들어갔거든요. 그때는 이제 그래서 일단 자리가 나고 일단 나의 확률이 좀 생각하면 힘이 있으면 그러면은 내란이 문제가 되는 건데 생각만 해보면 내가 나오는 게 내란이 문제가 되는 거야. 첫 번째 제가 못 먹는 거요.
소리야?
저 있어? 테이프? 테이프 없어? 테이프 있어요? 없어?
이따가 올 텐데. 상대가 오지 않나? 오면 좋은데 일단은.
하나 둘.
더 있을 것 같아서 오랜만에 에이
이거 근데 제가 이거 하고 들고 있어야 돼가지고 아예 이걸 묶거나 이렇게 해야 네.
테이프 있어? 테이프 있어?
그 박스 안 갖고 오셨죠? 네. 테이프 강화해야 될 것 같은데?
우리나라가 자리한 데 있어요. 테이프가 없어. 우리 저희 거 좀 주세요. 같이 담아주세요.
테이프 보세요.
네.
아, 이거 들어오시면 되게